Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim and this is Minecraft on the Rustic Waters 2 mod pack. We are currently trying to find a villager to buy potatoes from. Because I want potatoes. They are useful for turning into ethanol.
Hey, Mats, thanks for the follow.
I think your ethanol just spilled.
Hello there, Alex. No potatoes. And it might have. I do not know. I'm pretty sure it's Darius's fault.
This is the thanks I get after charging mud raptors for you.
Nah, I'm just calling it like I see it. Villagers! I have come for potato. If you do not relinquish potato to me, I will be forced to kill you. Well, maybe I won't kill you. But I will give you a stern talking to. Do any of you even have a chance of selling potato? Darius?
What?
I require potato.
I cannot give you potato.
Why not?
Potato denied.
That implies that I have potato. I do not have potato.
I have potato. You cannot have potato.
I see. Then you have chosen death.
Joke's on you!
Hey Rosalia, Zoroark720 is sending you a hug.
Aww. I actually really need that right now because editing these files is proving to be stupid.
What are you even editing?
Is it stupid and dumb?
I'm recompiling game files for a very, very, very heavily modded Skyrim. That's where that screenshot that I posted came from when I posted in art.
Ah.
Yeah.
Nerd. Oh, hey, there's a shark and
Zim?
a whale apparently fighting.
Zim,
Yes?
do you really have anywhere to talk about somebody being a nerd?
Yes.
Joke.
Zoroark720 wants you to suffer with millisecond delays by playing with only the capture card.
Okay.
Feel my pain.
How is this your pain?
Software problems.
How is this a software problem?
Because of the millisecond delays being introduced by the capture. Because technically it's a hardware problem, but as for which window it's outputting to, that's a software problem.
No. There's nothing even relevant to what you're talking about.
I'm still gonna take this victory. You can't take it away.
Joke.
Well, there is no fixing dumb.
You're right, that's why I gave up on you.
Lots of people give up on me.
Aw, now I feel bad.
I'm not going to accept Zim's fishing while he's underwater.
Why not? Hey,
Because
hey,
he's
if you wanna... If you want to hunt, go where the animals are.
Farmer? Mulberry? Really? I'm beginning to think that they are specifically designed not to give out potatoes. Cool. No more delay. Oh,
Okay.
Joke.
apparently phantoms are still a thing in this mod pack.
Wonderful. Have I ever talked with you guys about how funny a lot of the Europa Universalis 4 achievements are?
Nope.
Oh my god, there's a bunch of really funny achievements. I'm gonna go ahead and spout out a couple of my favorite ones. The princess is in this castle. As a country that does not start with a female heir, have a female heir while having a castle in your capital. Like, just, immediate Mario reference. There's one where it's one family to rule them all, and it has the Eye of Sauron over a crown. And it says, have your dynasty on 8 thrones at the same time.
But they were
there's
deceived,
one-
for there was another.
Yep,
There was a
there's one
ninth
where it's
throne.
called The Buddhist Strike Back. As Kata or Candy own all of India and convert it to Theravada Buddhism. And it shows their sigil while holding a lightsaber. Because it's a Star Wars reference. Instead of, the Empire, it's the Buddhist Strike Back. All your trade are belong to us. Instead of all your base are belong to us. There's one called Back to the Piast, where it's as Mazovia or Silesia formed the nation of Poland. In order to do that, you need to kill Poland, so you're going back to the past. I take it a bunch of these are landing flat, and you aren't finding them as funny as I do.
They're comical.
Okay. The Prince of Egypt, starting as Florence, form Egypt.
I don't get that one.
And Stanley died again.
But I have
Stanley
apparently
died.
died. Not a single... Fine.
Anyways, the reference to it is it's a movie reference. There's Dude, Where's My Boat instead of Where's My Car, where you have to capture 20 boats with the boarding naval doctrine. That one's pretty funny to me. There's Cotton Candy. As Candy, be the production leader in cotton worldwide.
There's a leader named Candy.
No, there's a country named Candy, Kandy.
Ah.
And you have to be the worldwide production leader in cotton. If you look in media sharing, I'm posting an image to another achievement. It's called This Is Fine. And you have to have at least 10 global unrest and be in a winning coalition war, which is targeting against you. Which means you basically have to be dogpiled by all the nations around you while you have at least 10 unrest in your nation, meaning everywhere is rebelling. And it's a meme version of the This Is Fine dog.
Okay.
Yeah, so as I go down, it's going to get memeier and memeier. Because at first they were like kind of worried about doing these meme achievements, and then they really leaned into it. There's one that's referencing Game of Thrones. It's called the Iron Price. Restore the Danelaw region to Danish rule. There's Switzerlake, which is you have to own 99 provinces as Switzerland and have 0 ports. So that way you're still a landlocked nation. There's Raja of the Rajput Reich, where it's conquer all of Germany as Naguar. Because it has a very similar colored flag to Germany. So you have to go from India all the way to Germany and conquer all of it. There's Dracula's Revenge, which is you have to start as Wallachia or Moldavia, and you have to form Romania and own all of the Balkans. That one's a pretty funny one. There's This is Persia, where you have to form Persia and own Egypt, Anatolia, and Greece. Where it has Xerxes from the movie 300. So it's referencing 300. That's a pretty funny one in my opinion. In the community, France, a lot of the time is called the Big Blue Blob because it just tends to expand out and just be a massive menace. So they literally made an achievement for it where it's a blue blob with like, that stereotypical French hat. I can't remember the name, and holding a baguette.
We had a player once who only fought with baguettes.
Hmm.
I made a character once that only fought with a book. Oh, sorry.
He had a, what was the name of it? It was a pun. But something along the lines of the quiver of something or other. Something to do with bread. The Loafin' Arsenal.
There's another achievement called Blood for the Sky God instead of Blood for the Blood God, where as a Tengri nation, which is the Mongolian kind of area, that religion, you have to have Nahuatl as your syncretic faith, which is the Aztec religion.
Okay.
So you know how they did like a bunch of human sacrifices?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to go as a Tengri nation and get that. It's a 40K reference.
I mean, it also applies to Warhammer.
Yep.
Fantasy.
Yep. There's one where instead of Sailor Moon, it's Sailor Mon. As Pegu, have at least 100,000 sailors. Yeah, I know, right? And it's only going to get worse as I go down. So there's a nation called Corfu. There's an achievement called Corfu where it shows a martial arts guy. Force a nation to revoke 5 cores in one peace deal as Corfu.
That's
it's just dumb and I
funny.
love it. Yeah.
Yeah. The character that I made once upon a time, she had a lesser version of a brass book. It was an imitation, so rather than having all knowledge, it only had dwarven knowledge. And she used that as a melee weapon because the thing was so big and heavy, she simply couldn't carry anything else.
Oh, here's one that I think Rose will laugh at. Or, well, Tanya, sorry.
I'm just slowly becoming Rose.
Yep, Cathargo Delenda Est. That's the achievement name.
Yeah, I'm not fluent in Latin. I just know a bit of it.
Oh, okay. So that's the thing where it basically means Carthage must be destroyed.
Ah.
So you know the whole famous thing, or maybe you don't. Basically, you have to start as an Italian culture nation and make sure the entire Tunis area is at 100 devastation. It's referencing the time where Rome literally salted the area where Carthage was at, so nothing could grow there ever again. So you have to completely devastate it for the achievement. Oh, here's a good one. It's an achievement called Where the Heart Is, and you have to complete the achievement as Dahomey. Dahomey is where the heart is.
Physically painful.
I know, great. In that case, you'll love the next one, which is called Laughing Stock, where you have to own the provinces of Hee Ha Ha and Lolland. Ain't it great?
Zim, it's within your power to end this.
Here's another one. Around the World in 80 Years. It's referencing Around the World in 80 Days.
I would end it, Tanya. However, you're also claiming a win that you don't actually deserve. So I'm okay with this
we're gonna be
continuing.
petty. Okay. Okay. If we're gonna be petty, then let's go. I have fun being petty.
Okay, I'm gonna run through like a handful more because I have to go like really soon. So there's Sikh Pun. Convert to Sikhism and form the nation of Punjab, or Punjab, however you want to pronounce it. Sikh Pun. Forgive me for I have sinned. Become a Christian nation as Sind. Why is the rum gone? As Asturias, establish an order in rum. There's an Oprah reference where it's you get a new home and you get a new home, where you have to expel a bunch of people to the colonies.
Bless you.
Hey, for once it got to the mute. For once it got to the mute button in time.
Mostly in time, yeah. There's one called Everything's Coming Up Mulhouse. Starting as Mulhouse, become the emperor of the HRE and completely decentralize the empire.
Everything's coming up Millhouse.
Yep. But it's Mulhouse. Yeah. There's Spaghetti Western, starting as Bologna, become Mexico or Texas. Yeah, I know, right? There's Stiff Upper Lip. As Lip, own all of the British Isles.
Huh? These are so stupid.
I love them. Aren't they great?
They are hilariously stupid.
Here's another one.
Smile! This is like some great fantasy.
Which one would you like, Zorro? Very well.
There's another one called Spice Girls. Having a female ruler have an active trading bonus for cloves, spices, salt, and sugar. There's one called Quiz Pro Quo. As Quiz, have your capital in the Enjo province. So instead of Quiz Pro Quo, it's Quiz Pro Quo. There's New Delhi. As Delhi, have your capital in the Delhi province. There's one where it shows a picture of the Death Star, and it says, "That's no Mon." instead of moon, again, as Pegu own at least 50 provinces that are not of the Mon culture. So, you know how the previous one was Sailor Mon? Now that's no Mon. Have either of you watched JoJo's?
JoJo's
No.
Bizarre Adventure?
Yeah.
I've seen
Your packs have been sent.
I've seen
And give
seasons
Gab
1,
sleep
2,
well.
and part of 3.
So, you know the song Golden Wind?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, there's an
The most
achievement called
iconic song.
Golden... Yeah. But there's one called Golden Wind, where it's as air, make 50 ducats per month, and have 50% of your income come through gold. And
Okay.
it has Giorno's hair curls.
Wait. What are you going about? It is the most iconic song of the JoJo franchise.
I would disagree.
Well, okay, what would you say is the most iconic song?
I mean, there's a lot of songs that I would consider more iconic than Golden Wind.
Okay, name one.
Okay.
Name one. She'll
Let me
wait.
just go ahead and... Well, obviously there's the intro to the literal first season, the one that's played a shit ton, which is Sonochi no Sarame. I would say that that's more
You mean the
famous than Golden Wind.
Tanya,
The first
you're
season,
getting
the
a
one that
lot
got
of background noise
Sorry.
from you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you mean season 1, the season that's completely different than all of the other seasons, and basically gets completely, well, I wouldn't say retconned out of existence, but everything that was part of it becomes completely irrelevant.
It's not if you know enough about the lore, but first of all, Sonochi no Sarame is played, or at least it'd be a lot more recognizable to a lot of people than Golden Wind, which is a song that is based a lot later in the series. Just
But
based on the
also
pure number of
entered
people
meme
who
status.
would have watched. Okay. So first of all, there was also the part where Sonochi no Sarame was played literally constantly.
Which again was just in season 1.
No, I mean like on the internet. It was played a shit ton on the internet.
I must have missed that one. The only two that I've seen played a crapload are Golden Wind and the Pillarmen song.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Pillarmen song. There was also the Yoshikage Kira because of the waffle.
Soon may the pillarmen come.
Ah! Oh, I just took 2d8 psionic damage.
I'm sorry my singing was so bad.
No, it wasn't the singing being bad, it was the joke being
apologize.
bad.
Toroark 720 says, good job.
Sim, why?
Anyways, because I really do have to go very soon, I'm going to keep running through these. There's Australia Hungary, starting as an Australian tribe, unite Australia and subjugate Hungary. So instead of Austria-Hungary, it's Australia-Hungary. There's one nation to rule them all, as Saruhan instead of Saruman. Have at least 9 loyal vassals with 100 development each. I don't like sand, and it has the image of 2 suns over a desert. Have the most development while owning no province with terrain other than desert or coastal desert. Imposter syndrome, where it has a bunch of people that are like completely wrapped from head to toe looking at each other. As sus, have 3 countries hostile to you after they discovered your spy.
That's so dumb.
I know, right? There's for the Emperor, form Prussia or Germany, have the Empire government rank and 40,000 Marines raised at the same time. Freest man in the world, where it has a skull and it has a straw hat on top of it. Ensure that no colonized province in the world produces slaves while having the War Against the World Doctrine government reform enacted, which is a pirate government reform. Crossing the finish line, release and play as Finland in 1444, and have a direct land connection to the Cape while your capital is at the basically like at the top of the world. So you have to have a direct land connection all the way down through Africa. There's another one called Hakuna Matata.
Oh no.
Or Hanuka Matata, sorry. Instead of Hakuna Matata.
Yeah.
Hanuka Matapa. Starting as Mutapa, convert to Judaism and celebrate a festival. There's also one called The Emperor's New Clothes. Overthrow Austria and become the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Cold War. Win a war without fighting any battles. Luck of the Irish. Own and have cores on the British Isles as an Irish nation. There's an achievement which I personally hate, but I also love, where it's called Die, Please Die, and it shows Death taking a nap. And it says, have a ruler with 1 or lower in all categories who is over the age of 70.
I am become death, destroyer of worlds!
Zoroark 720 believes someone has gone mad with power.
There's a Dune reference. There's a Dune reference with one of the achievements being the spice must flow. Anyways, I think I'm going to call it there. But yeah, there's a bunch of really funny achievements. I mean, there's like Star Trek achievements and everything that I didn't even go over. But I'll see you guys later.
Oh, okay. Bye.
It's past 4, so I need to get off, otherwise I'm going to start disturbing my family.
Ah. Okay, bye.
Well, the thing that I was working on this whole time, I was just about to say that it has succeeded. I was creating a patch to change the race of one of the characters in the immersive NPCs mod. Marten is now a bunny.
I feel like that is speciesist.
Nope. Rabbit supremacy. Hares will rule all.
Case in point.
Look, it's not racism if it's true. My species is just objectively better than any carnivore.
Speciesist.
I feel like you're just not being open to rabbit culture. It is a rabbit and hare culture to expand endlessly and consume.
I suppose it might be. But still speciesist. Yeah, the owls might have a different point of view, as might literally everything else.
Well, see, that's why it's part of our culture, because everything tries to eat us, therefore everything is bad.
Ah.
You know, if you weren't trying to eat us all the time, then we wouldn't hate you all the time. It's very simple.
Oh, you hate me. I understand.
Zoroark 720 says, I agree with Rosalie, a bun make good pillow and are worth the world.
Now, see, it's your species that I hate. You as an individual are tolerable.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you can't have both ways. But it's fine. I'm accustomed to being hated. far from the first time.
Actually, on the note of Rose being racist against carnivores, I was going back through the older seasons of Ascent to Ascend, and didn't realize just how much my portrayal of the character had shifted over time. She started out just being completely and totally judgy of anything that had sharp teeth.
I recall.
So yeah, she's come a long way.
No,
Character
she includes omnivores in that light paw. Because Marten's also, you know, they are also omnivores, but she throws them into that.
720 says, "Hey Rose, what about a noodle dreg that prefer being lap size?"
You are still a carnivore, or at least eat meat.
Yeah, the way that
Therefore-
the Rose, yeah, the way that the Rose character portrayal started out, it was the act of consuming flesh that was the aberrant thing to her. Basically, you live off of the death of others. That's how she viewed it. But as she's, you know, developed necromancy, and as she's hung out with carnivores a lot, she's grown to understand their culture a lot more and understand the nuances of the world a lot more, which has broadened her horizons. The main part was, you know, realizing that she was a total freaking hypocrite. You live off of the death of others. Like, you're literally a necromancer. You can't do anything unless people die first. Wow. I haven't touched a vape in over a month yet. The moment that I heard that, I felt like taking a hit.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I deliberately stripped myself of any supply. There aren't any pods in the house, and the vape itself is a dead battery. Well, apartment, not house, but yeah. You know what I mean.
Alright. We really need to get more of these storage things. What were we on? I wanted to go for 4K storage components. Got some 1K. I just need a calculation processor for that. So over here, logic, engineering, so gold, diamond, and there we go. Why? Okay, they are feeding in. Wait. Are they feeding in? Okay, they are. Oh, I hate that light paw. Though, to be fair, we're not supposed to be vaping here either, but I don't give a damn.
Yeah, thankfully, to our understanding, the landlord here is very lenient about it. So long as it's just regular nicotine vapes. Like if it were cannabis vapes or anything like that, then they would have a very big issue. Because it's the potential smoke damage and the scent that they have an issue with.
Ah. Also, apparently this thing ate some of my... Because I put 8 in it.
Zoroark 720 wants you to dig down 5 blocks.
Very well. Oh dear, I'm in the water.
Okay, you know what he means.
No, I don't.
You go down to the bottom and then dig down 5 below that.
No.
Why not?
Okay. So those crystals, those Certus crystals are literally just gone. Might be losing these, but we'll see. I know for sure that I put 8 in this time. Maybe I only put 4 in last time. Yeah, Zoro was trying to get me to destroy my setup. So that was what he meant to do, Tanya.
Oh. No, that bad. That evil. Why would you do that?
Because people like being jerks to me.
No.
I mean, you do it and everybody else does it, so...
I only do it for comedic effect.
Zoroark 720 thinks you should eat something gross.
Okay, yeah, he is just being a jerk. He's being mean to you. Okay, now eat these worms.
Why can I not add that as a... I literally cannot add redstone dust as a... Okay. Remove that, make that pump out.
Worsteen_oil wants you to switch to third-person view for 3 minutes.
Okay, I guess that's what I had to do. I'm so confused here. But okay, we figured it out. Alright. So, we got some auto processing going, finally. Which means I might be able to finally craft myself another storage. Yeah, Evolution, they're spamming the stuff right now. Alright. Got another ME storage cell, finally. Oh god, that filled up so fast. Cool. Back to regular mode. I really gotta get some of this stuff actually stored. And then I gotta bap Tanya.
No. Why you bap Tanya?
Because Tanya encouraged things. Bad things.
Well, what kind of things was I encouraging? You can't prove anything.
You encouraged it. Now you must die.
No.
Was that somebody popping in a voice?
Yep. I think it's a melted Wostein.
Ah. Hello, Melted Wostein.
am slightly tired, but oh well.
Oh, I was right. He is melted.
That said, thought I'd pop in and see what is occurring. I heard that there was some variety of encouragement or such. I wanted to see.
Oh, I'm sure you did. Alright, feed all that in. Now more to throw in there. Oh, extra corn. There we go. I need to go grab more corn. Hopefully there's enough down there now. And yes, Tanya does encourage evil. I mean, look at her. She's a necromancer.
You can't prove that.
You
I just
literally-
have I have a gothic fashion tastes. And my friends are anorexic, and you shouldn't be making fun of them.
Is it really making fun of when it's true?
Now who's being racist? Now,
Who
have you
said
know
anything
skeletons are
about
people
race?
too? Skeletons are people too.
You're the only one talking about race here.
Yeah, the skeleton race. You're not even validating them.
So you're saying you are a necromancer?
No, I'm just saying that my friends are very anorexic.
Oh, you've turned her into a fox? Fair enough.
Joke's on you, I can still eat berries.
Not if we make you allergic to them. You had a question about the owl's opinions of hare's hair supremacy movement.
Huh?
For Wostein. Oh, Rosalia was saying that rabbits are the most superior.
Well, they are.
But they can't even
It's just
hear us
objective fact.
approach. All those giant ears and such, and still, you know. Then again, that's
Okay.
also specialization on our part, but still.
Yeah, I was about to say you can't make that argument because owls are stealth fighters or stealth bombers, excuse me.
Hey, we can hear your heartbeat while you can't hear us approaching. We could strike you in the literal dead of night with no moon and no stars. But then again, that is only if in the abundance of such, to the point of there being the reckless ones out and about.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's all well and good, but it's all fun and games until we start traveling alongside cats.
Cats are just ground owls.
And have you seen what happens when an owl mistakes a cat for something that it can eat?
All of our local ones are dead.
The cats?
Yep. None survive.
Well, that's not what I've seen.
Zorro Arc 720 says, Rose, did you know rabbit eat dead bodies and bugs? It has been proven.
Yeah, opportunistic.
That is fake news. It's propaganda from Big Meat. Outside of the shtick, though, yes, I am aware that rabbits are actually opportunists. Horses are too, apparently. They will eat small animals if given the chance.
Yeep. But yeah, no. Our neighbors have learned to not let their cats out after dusk, as they do not last long. Then again, that is also to be fair, seeing as if an owl is good, such as our local ones, which I believe are about 5 different ones, it is a nearly instant kill. So, and plus, owls do have the better eyesight of over a cat anyway, so.
Then it was either an inexperienced or a young owl that was the one I saw in the video clip. But it attacked a cat, did the dive bomb thing. The cat's body proceeded to 180 like the T-1000 in Terminator. Just the claws and head are now pointed the opposite direction and grabbing the owl, who then proceeded to crash into the ground like one of the dragons in Skyrim when you get it below certain health.
Yeah, there's always going to be some variance of experience between everyone. The most experienced one can still have an advantage even where there should be the disadvantage, just from simply existing long enough to have learned it. Owls are just like ghillie snipers. As long as we are undiscovered, we have an unprecedented advantage. Once we are discovered, then it starts to become a little more evenly balanced. But we also have the advantage of just simply repositioning and finding ourselves new targets.
Okay, do you mean unparalleled advantage?
Nigh unparalleled.
Yeah, I was like, unprecedented would imply it hasn't happened before, which means it's purely theoretical.
I apologize. I have been spending the last 50 minutes digging through computer files looking for an old drawing that I wanted to work on.
Oh, I was digging through a bunch of computer files too. I was creating a patch for Skyrim.
Neat.
Okay, where did I see cacti?
Oh yeah, no, that is entirely fair, Pathinea. There is also the question of size, as owls do come in different varieties. From smaller ones that are more likely to prey upon bugs and the like, to larger ones that are more likely to prey upon other owls and larger critters.
And Rosalius.
Meh?
Definitely should eat the Rosalius.
I mean, there's also the point of knowing how to pick your mark as well.
And the time it takes you to kill me.
A wild girl, it appears.
And the time it takes you to kill me, there have already been 3 offspring. You cannot destroy us in any way that matters.
Oh no, that's what's counted on. There's also the fact that we don't. There's literally the point that we don't over hunt, if you will.
Not that it's an option when it comes to rabbits, is what I'm saying.
There's a reason why we only have about 5 in this local area at a time. It's very sparse and whatnot.
I could have sworn I saw some cacti on one of these islands. Oh. That one. Oh, alright, Evolution. I hope you sleep well. Thanks for coming by.
Yay, as well. And yes, pet the bunny.
Eat the bunny.
No.
Pet the bunny.
Steal the bunny.
Why?
Maybe. After all, what's more terrifying than just bringing them into the air?
Zoroark 720 says, my noodle dragon would only nom the bun if they want her to XD.
Well,
Also, there's a
Okay.
very important there's a very important distinction to make though, and that is: are we talking about rabbits, hares, or pikas when it comes to what can be taken down? Because a desert hare, there's a lot of things that could take on a rabbit that they start taking on a desert hare, and it'll mess them up. See, I'm trying to censor the dirty words. I'm putting forth effort.
I mean, we gotta have our dinner first before we go for dessert.
You've seen desert hares before, right?
yay.
Like I said,
Yeah,
dessert.
They are way bigger and way angrier.
We will have some dessert hair.
Excuse me, there's a hare in my soup. Like, you ordered the Hassenpfeffer. Yeah, there's a hare in my soup.
And yes, our
I already
local
had
horned owls can
cactus.
hunt those as well.
That
As
would've been
long
nice.
as the critter... Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. Oh, I've got tons of green dye already.
I forget, but I believe it's about twice the weight that an owl is comfortable carrying. So I believe that's about 6-ish pounds. And after all, worst case scenario, miss and just simply take off and release if it becomes too feisty. But theoretically, shouldn't get that far.
I love how Woe knows the anatomy of Tanya's species better than she does.
Yeah, my focus is also very distracted at the moment.
Oh, no worries. It's all good.
Mhm. Wait. Where did Chrysovos go?
We posted somewhat recently in chat.
Yeah, they stated...
I'm talking about in-game.
Oh.
Don't worry
No one-
about it.
No one redeemed a card to fight the nearest thing, right?
Ah, yes, the sinister laugh.
Yee.
Do searched
Okay, well, he's still alive.
charcoal. Roll of paper. Why do I not have? There's the iron ingots.
One day I shall find back the drawing file.
Ah! I accidentally turned Chrysovos into a Digimon.
What?
I am now very sad. I have a bunch of charcoal, but it's the wrong kind of charcoal.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I have a firearms mod for Skyrim. It gives you muzzle loaders, so they're not overpowered and they still fit within the lore. So basically,
I
it's just
have
it's
never
muskets and clockwork
heard
muskets.
any lore of Skyrim include guns.
It's got ballistae,
Or
and
the
there are explosives. So there is firearms technology. They just hadn't brought it together yet. Muskets date back all the way to the 1600s.
And that's primarily, you know, medieval, barely settled stages. I mean, go ahead and add guns if you want, but don't come to me calling them lore
friendly?
accurate.
Lore friendly was the intended term, not lore accurate. But
Okay, lore friendly, whichever. Don't call them that because there is no way they are.
Crystals. No, I have been PC stored.
Either way,
okay, you're
they make use of the charcoal that normally has basically no use.
Ah.
Because the mod author had made it so that each batch of ammunition was 35 rounds and required fire salts. Fire salts is just a tad hard to get your hands on. So I tweaked the game files. So instead of crafting 35, it only crafts 20, and you use charcoal instead of fire salts because gunpowder. And you still need a roll of paper for the wadding and an iron ingot for the projectile itself. Yeah, jets. It's basically a bombard. Although I do have an alternate ammo type for it, which is blunderbuss ammo. That is the spew flames ammo type. Which, let me see what the crafting thing is for that. Spew flames. Roll of paper, fire salts, 2 dwarven oil. So it's just flamethrower.
I am mildly concerned to imagine that one. Imagine trying to have to reload after that and accidentally igniting it while you're loading.
Yeah, that would suck.
Because there's already one thing that you have to clean a barrel before you fire with to begin with. Add on that you've now got flaming jelly or oil.
My personal favorite ammo type for these is the explosive bullets, which have a way lower shot velocity than anything else and a really high lob. And the explanation is that you have to use really low powder so it doesn't detonate as soon as it fires. So basically, swapping the ammo type, I have a underbarrel grenade launcher.
I'm just laughing as the phrase "knock on wood" suddenly takes on a different meaning. you're not worried about a
when it comes to that sort of thing, like I am the thing to also consider is when these things were developed. Because they and by which which region and culture and such.
Well, I mean, weaponized rockets, those were a thing way, way back when. However, it was only in the Far East.
Exactly my point.
Yeah. So even though some things may have existed at that time period, it's a matter of a regional thing.
Exactly.
But my counterpoint is...
We do know that, or at least as far as I'm aware, firearms and the like began in Asia, which I don't think we've seen anything equivalent to Asia in the lore.
Actually, I believe it's Ionolith was the landing location. There's another continent on Nern that's way, way off to the east, ironically enough, the right direction. That they attempted to colonize it, and they did so very aggressively with a large army. And things went very well for a little while, and then the locals just kind of picked them up and removed them. And that's within canon, the aesthetic of that region for architecture, for technology, for that sort of stuff, is very feudal Japan style. I don't know why they haven't done more with it.
Well, because they're still too busy milking Skyrim for everything that they can.
Fair enough. Can't even argue that. I'm currently playing it.
Who am I listening
Okay.
Right, that's what I was looking for in here.
Oh, right. I'm hearing three. I am sitting here trying to place why I'm hearing Ace Combat for a moment. And I forget that you got the music. I'm just sitting here like, who is listening?
Ooh, ooh. Now die.
No.
It is too late for you. It has been decided by the big metal hands in the sky. Okay, that does work. Alright, so we let these process for a while, and eventually we'll have a whole bunch of processors. And then we turn Rosalia into a Diglett and call it good.
No.
What's wrong with Diglett?
No.
That's not really an answer to my question.
No.
Still not hearing an actual answer.
Yep.
Oh god. I'm gonna switch to my pickaxe. And all of that stuff laying out there is just going to get... It's just gonna swarm me. I don't want it. Oh,
I command pure
right.
chaos! Kinda.
Wosteen_oil has turned Tanya Sapien into a Diglett. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Ding. Ding, 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 ding. Dingling.
Well, it is now the will of the chat.
Ding.
Now you get to go through what I have to go through so very often.
The bunny's dig rate has now tripled.
Dig, 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 let it, dig, let it, dig.
Fuck. I have no
Let-
idea what was planted there.
Oh.
Eh. Dig, dig, dig.
And I think the game might have
glorious.
crashed.
Oh dear. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't think they would dig so fast as to crash your world. Congratulations on the tunneling.
Well, maybe it'll be reset back enough that that small mistake won't have happened. Usually doesn't
World-
set me back too far, though.
Yee. The world could not handle this much digging.
Meet her halfway, Bunnelby.
Diglet, dig a diglet, dig, dig,
I
the
guess-
diglet.
I guess Bunnelby would work. The digging bunny.
Yee.
Dig, 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 diglet. Dig a dig a dig, dig, diglet. Life's a tunnel, we'll dig it through, and when we get to our tunnels, and hallelujah, let's dig again, dig. Dig a tunnel, dig, dig a tunnel.
We should turn her into a Machoke.
Joke's on you,
Ah.
I'm a choke myself daily.
Oh gosh. Uh, one day I will find it all back.
Find all what?
So, I have like 2 or 3 backups, multiple flash drive backups and whatnot, because my poor computer has died a handful of times. Unfortunately, I am absolutely horrendous in file management. And so I have been poking through files, just hoping I stumble across to what I'm looking for.
Ah.
And this is a terabyte or 2 worth of files at this point. And because I have absolutely no nomenclature to how everything is labeled, it could be in any file. Uh, Organization has never been a strong suit.
Ah, perfect. Looks like it put me back to right before. Let me just double
Crash.
check, make sure.
As long as
Yep.
you don't go down and... Yeah. As long as you don't go downstairs and find an entire chunk missing. Only a void of air remains.
You know what makes me a little bit sad?
Mhm.
Nobody did the machoke thing. I had something lined up and everything. People are starting to pick up on me corrupting that.
Oh, what do you mean? If anything, it's more entertaining as we get to hear a whole bunch of random nonsense as a result. It's so much better than just using it and then they go radio silent.
Yeah.
Plus, this is one of the few times where we can do it without fearing that we're interrupting some discussion.
This is very true.
I can't tell you how many times I've hesitated just because I'm like, oh, I feel like this would be poorly timed. I don't think this will be appreciated now.
But here we are the discussion.
Exactly. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Good. Did not crash again. I was like, that was a convenient crash before. Does not mean I want it happening again. Thanks.
Lamentation. Delicious.
Right. My steel has not been put in here yet. Thankfully, I only need 2 of them. What?
One benefit of going through all the old files. I found a photo of my original graphics card. It's pathetic. I don't even know what it was. Oh shoot! I'm gonna throw this in media sharing just in case either of you wants to have a look.
Never. Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god.
Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god.
It has been posted. Oh, it is painful to look at. It is legitimately breadboard with a fan strapped to what I can only imagine is a processing unit of some variety.
I forgot all about stream readers. I'm stupid.
Alright, let's stop this bottle then. This way. And then we shall sacrifice the puddle to the eldritch gods.
Beep.
And the bun while we're at it.
No.
It is too late. Your sacrifice has already been recorded, and it is appreciated. Thank you.
Well, great. I have now been given as a pet to chaos gods and eldritch beings. Woo!
Hello? Hello, Sam? Welcome back. I do not understand what you just wrote. At all. Even replacing a single one of those words with boy does not help me understand anything.
I'm upset that I did understand that. However, out of respect for the fact that I will not acknowledge Gen Z, I refuse to translate it.
Well then.
Basically, it's TikTok speak.
Ah.
Heck yeah, nonsense and gibberish.
Well, no, it's not gibberish. It's just that modern slang has been accelerating faster because of the internet.
Painfully so. Ah.
Woe for the woe god, woe for the woe god, woe for the woe god.
Blobby may he remain.
Yay.
He goes well with chips. Hello, engineers. You heard me, woe. You are chip dip.
Dip chip. Yep, yep.
I'm sorry, but the back of my mind only immediately jumped to computer chips.
No, no. If it's for when you're eating a bird, then it's chirp dip.
Why is that not being pulled in? Do I need a different import bus for this? Oh, I do, don't I? Yes, yes, I do. God damn it. Woe for the woe god. Pet pets! Why, thank you.
Hey, quite welcome.
Now you should use those to murder.
Beep, 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 beep. Beep.
Not me.
Oh. Well, hey,
So you're going down for attempted murder with that one.
May. Instructions unclear.
Thank you for the head pats, engineers. Alright, fluid import bus now online. Let's feed this rocket fuel in there.
I don't get that reference, Lightpaw. I haven't seen what you saw. Could you please explain it so I can comprehend it?
I legitimately do not understand the reference.
Maximum confusion. Excellent.
You all will, if you haven't noticed by now, most references are probably going to go over my head.
Yeah.
It tends to happen when you literally spend 6 years of your life doing nothing but streaming and entertaining people.
Well,
you
I
don't
mean,
have much time for anything else.
within that context, the thing that you are streaming that would then become something that you're very knowledgeable about.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Vengabus is music culture, not gaming culture.
Yes. That's why I said most references I will not get.
So, I'm not 100% sure what he was referencing there, but I do know Vengabus. And the thing that I was saying to the beat of the song Vengabus.
There's a song called Vengabus? No, I did not, Lightpaw.
You know the really old Six Flags commercials with the old
Are you
guy in the
calling me
bus and
old?
he's dancing. Hey, I'm old too.
But no, I do not know the reference you are making.
Oh, well, they used the song a lot in some Six Flag commercials years ago, and that's how it ended up becoming popular. What?
I have watched almost no TV. Like, the most TV I've watched has been thanks to Netflix.
I have not heard that in a really, really long time.
No, Lightpaw, I'm old. I just never really watched TV because the TV was always occupied by either younger siblings watching things like Dora the Explorer, which I can somewhat remember many of those songs, or my mom watching her soap operas. There was very little I got to enjoy.
NCIS, CSI, and talk shows. The accursed talk shows.
Yeah, I never got to watch much. Do. Oh, what is this from? I can check easily, but I'm trying to remember. I know it. It's on... It's from the Game Boy. One of the Oracle games. The Zelda ones, I think. Let's check. Ah, yes, the Skull Pirates. From Oracle Ages and Seasons. Cool. So what is this plexiglass mountain thing you're talking about, Panth? Also, Panth, you should totally come hang out on Voice. Oh, you're doing a Minecraft mod pack too. Well, yeah, you definitely have to hang out on Voice then. What you are engaging in is now relevant to the stream, and therefore you are to be assimilated into the stream. Congratulations.
Yeah, come hang out on Voice.
No.
Call Zim cute and tell him that he's a nerd.
Well, hello to you too.
Hello. Cutie Marten.
Those are falsehoods?
Not though.
They are?
Well, you know, it was a cute.
Hello, Pantanea.
Hello, Pan.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how cute is him?
Solid 8.
I believe that this is qualified as slander.
See, I didn't say 10 because then he would definitely call it slander.
Facts?
No, Sourdesk actually turned me onto this mod pack, and I've had a lot of fun with it, and I'm just kind of dorking around in creative mode.
Fun.
But
Okay.
it's got like plenty of biomes and like 6 different farming and cooking mods, and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna put this world on peaceful, and I'm just gonna chill.
Chilling is good.
Mm-hmm.
It preserves food.
So, Kitsu, how are you? I was not expecting you to pop in.
Oh, thought I'd say hi. I'm okay then.
Damn it, I'm out of room now. I feel like they purposely made the, Oh, right, let me go turn off the feed through. I know you don't like it, Kitsu. There we go.
Oh.
Honey bricks.
I was going to say something and I don't remember what.
Hey, you're cute? Yes.
No. I really can't remember what I was going to say, but what are you up to today, Kitsu?
Not much. Being boring.
I would not say boring. Just in need of inspiration.
I cannot decide between cobblestone and bricks.
I always like bricks. Gives it a more clean look.
Yeah, but this is like for the stone, like lower row on a log cabin. So cobble could look really nice too.
Ah.
And now you know why I have a dilemma.
I still lean towards brick.
Still think brick. No, I don't need infested bricks. I need regular bricks.
I'll take the infested bricks. I have uses for these.
Mayhem and madness, I presume.
You can't prove that.
You're a bunny, I don't have to.
See, somebody who gets it. Somebody who gets it.
My family had Norwegian dwarves. I get it.
See, for half a second, my brain didn't register that you're referring to Norwegian dwarf rabbits. So I just pictured a bunch of pet dwarves causing chaos.
I mean...
Not
That
entirely
could be a thing.
inaccurate. Some of my crops are not growing at all.
Do you have enough light?
I do. They're modded crops, so I have no idea if they might require some special finagling to get them to work.
I guess you need to check your copy of Farming for Blockheads, huh?
Does that give info on that?
Should.
Ah, crap. Those aren't being... Why are those not getting harvested by... Can those not harvest cactus?
It should be knocking down the cactus from what I'm seeing.
Maybe it's because of where I placed them?
Maybe.
Either way, I'm working on getting void stack upgrades on my thing in there, so that way the excess gets voided. I have a lot of excess, which is in turn stopping the things that I don't have excess of from getting in there.
Hmm. Oh, that's right. I have to shift click to break that. Loot chest. Keep it
Yes,
down.
Undertale music now.
Yay, Undertale.
Okay, I'm making popcorn.
Popcorn.
No, I am just now realizing that I didn't give up vaping as well as I thought I did. It's just that I'd removed myself from temptation.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, you're fine.
Can't believe you do this, Sim.
I know.
No, let him have his anxiety assistant.
Wostein and Zim and Sue and Tanya. That was
What's
Pocket
up?
Tank asking who I was hanging out with.
Ah.
Yeah.
Tell him I said hi.
Tell him I said low.
Hi.
I specifically said low. I did not say hi.
There. I've got my headset on because my mic likes to pick up my speakers. Oak or dark oak?
Zorro Arc 720 is giving a big lick to Panth.
Anthonea, you have been delivered a big lick.
Zorro! Lick, lick, lick.
Beans!
Are you all good over there, Tanya?
I'm staring intently at the microwave.
Oh, is that popcorn? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you can hear that?
Yes, we can.
I was sitting here like,
Rather well.
I'll stop rubbing my face against the microwave.
Yes, probably smart.
I was about to say, are you getting some hail over there?
No, I'm just standing right next to the microwave. And
Just a cry for help.
I'm being very impressed with the reception on my headset right now. Sometimes this thing just can't connect at all, yet right now I'm standing next to the microwave, yet signal's perfectly fine.
720 says,
Which is
time to
hilarious.
head to bed, rest
Our
when you
honestly
please.
gave up understanding electronic interference after learning about it in college.
Yeah, I've tried to figure out, there is something that periodically causes massive interference in these apartments. And whatever it is, it's really freaking powerful because the microwave basically has no effect on signal for anything. Yeah, whatever's causing that interference, we have Bluetooth stuff that fails to connect when it's right next to the transmitter.
Do you have street racers in your complex?
Sleep well, Zorro.
I do know that street racing is a bit of an issue in this region. I don't know if any of them live in this apartment building. Police jammer?
Yes.
That would explain it.
We have street racers all the time out where I live, and that anytime somebody comes in the neighborhood with a police jammer, it screws up Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and everything.
You'd think they'd have a way to triangulate the source on those.
Nope. It's basically just a blackout projector.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if it's giving out a jamming signal, you'd think that it'd be possible to triangulate the source of that jamming signal, or at least get a general idea.
You'd think. It's a little more complicated than that, though, unfortunately.
Because it's not a sustained signal, it's random noise.
And because the nature of a lot of police jammers jams the things that would triangulate them.
Yeah.
So it gives it false readings, so it can't get an idea of the actual signal strength.
No, as in, like, just stop working.
You can't.
Ooh.
So with trying to triangulate it, it's possible, but it doesn't pinpoint it. You can get it to within like
A couple blocks.
several blocks, maybe, depending on how strong of one you have for triangulating it. But in general, it's just not going to compare to. It's
Now
not
I'm-
enough to work off of.
Yeah, now I'm just suddenly reminded of that funny story that came out of, I think it was the UK, where there's a police officer that had a radar gun, and he was aiming at the top of a hill where people tended to come over at really high speed, blind hill, so they don't see the police car, so he gets actually how fast they were going, not how fast they're going after they slam the brakes to not trigger the speed trap. Well, suddenly his device just reads 99999 and then shuts off. He gets it back to the station. Technician says it's completely fried. Something overloaded all the circuits in the receiver. They then later had the commanding officer from the local airbase come over and ask them if anyone was pointing radar guns up in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that story.
Apparently, what had fried the radar gun was that aiming up in the air like that, it had pinged the missile detection system on a fighter jet, and thankfully, the pilot reacted in time to abort the retaliation fire.
No, what the Air Force did was basically send them a letter being like, well, you made a mistake by pointing your radar gun in this direction, but luckily we are competent enough to have, our pilot was able to stop the return fire from actually returning fire.
Joke.
You're welcome.
Okay, so it was a letter.
Yes.
The version I heard, the CO had actually showed up at the police station.
No, it was a letter they sent to the police station, and they were just smug as hell about it.
But yeah, basically, the moment that radar gun hit the plane, it thought that it was a lock-on, so it counter-locked, and the strength of the lock-on signal from the fighter jet was enough to overload the receiver.
That doesn't shock me. does not shock me at all. Having spent some time actually working on an airbase this past year, selling my art in the commissary, actually. There are some interesting stories you hear that are non-classified stories as people are walking the halls. It's amusing.
Alright.
Speaking of classified,
Took me forever, but I finally ate some rotten flesh for the card. So Zora went to bed by now.
Zoroark 720
Oh,
says,
I guess he
it's so
hasn't.
strong to pinpoint rows
Speaking
they can
of
be
classified
strong enough
intel,
to break it.
Hold on,
the days
hold
since-
on. Text to speech. It's so strong to pinpoint rows they can be strong enough to break it. Yeah? Alright, carry on.
freaking. What was I last saying?
No idea.
Classified.
We were talking about classified.
Oh yeah. The days since last intelligence leak on War Thunder forums is now back to 0.
Oh no.
Yep. Somebody was complaining that the F-15 didn't have access to AMRAAMs in game, and someone's like, "Well, it never had the AMRAAMs." To which they posted a user manual.
Oh.
It's
swear-
great that, War Thunder is just becoming a national security risk.
International.
Yep.
Because they're getting stuff from literally
Well,
every...
I know. I'm just saying for like anyone trying to hire someone, it's like, do you play War Thunder? Okay, you can't have this job anymore.
Actually, yes. Apparently, new applicants to Raytheon, that is one of the questions now, is do you participate in the War Thunder forums?
Jeez.
I still gotta say, I really am... I do not like a lot of the stuff they do with those kinds of high-level jobs in the government. Because they still
How they basically dissect your life?
They dissect your life, and then they still, to this day, use the lie detector.
Even though it's been proven that a lot of different people are able to fake results and that you can get false positives if the person's anxious.
Uh-huh. So, my boyfriend who was he literally slaved away working for the TSA for a year trying to get his, going through COVID, mind you, with this job. Trying to get this certificate so he could go into the Secret Service. And they ran that lie detector test, and apparently he's some kind of drug kingpin.
You'd think after they get provably false positives like that, they'd be like, maybe this isn't giving accurate results.
I know, right?
So it said that this applicant has walked on the moon, and this applicant right here is actually Kaiser Soze. So congratulations, everybody. We've got both astronauts and drug lords applying.
You had to make a Kaiser Soze joke.
I'm just sitting here like, okay, why can't we just have them go and verify?
Because that takes work and competency.
Money.
But of course,
Lots
now
of
he wasted a year of his life trying to get a job that he can no longer go for because that is binding. It doesn't expire or anything.
And they're convinced that he actually is a drug dealer because of the results.
Yeah. I mean, they took no legal action or anything, though I wouldn't be surprised if they literally have somebody surveilling a lot of his stuff. Because, the government loves to waste...
Lie detectors are not admissible in court. That's why they didn't do anything.
Probably. Well, yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're not sitting there like every single text he gets is just being monitored now. Luckily,
Yeah,
he uses
actually,
Telegram.
Actually, that was a issue that a old friend of mine had before. Is that he was a army sniper, and because he was exposed to some classified information, he was put on a watch list for several years, which made civilian life actually difficult because it just says watch list. It doesn't say specifically why you're on it.
Yeah.
So just being present on the list, they're like, oh, clearly you're a terrorist.
Hmm.
Or at least a threat.
But like Kerr, you know, he suffers from anxiety and stuff. He wasn't even he wasn't looking for like a out in the field job. What he was looking for.
720 is sending love to everyone.
Well, thank you for the love, Zorro. But he was just looking for a more basic job, but something in the Secret Service. It's just what he wanted to do, and yeah.
And with how polarized, opinionated, and indoctrinated everything is these days, just being present on that list, they won't even bother taking the time to consider you. They'll just assume that the previous administration must have had a reason and then stay with that. When you've got 1,000 applicants, you don't really have to be a decent person to any individual applicant. If you upset them, well, clearly they weren't fit for the job. Bye-bye now.
Yeah.
After that, he went back to the TSA, but TSA is such a freaking brutal place to work.
We're going to enforce these rules that we know don't actually have any function whatsoever. And if anybody
Yay,
questions the
security
fact
theater.
if anybody questions the fact that these have no function whatsoever, we're supposed to be absolute, complete, and total dicks to them, even though we know that we're in the wrong. Yep. Oh, and of course, if you fail to be a complete and total dick to anybody who dares object, then you're a national security risk, and now you're facing criminal charges for negligence of duty and endangering civilians. Because how dare you not perform this security check that actually doesn't do anything? You're going to make the people not in danger. That's the part that gets me. It's like, they know the security check does nothing. The specific things. They know that the security checks do nothing. That they can't stop anyone. There's no actual increase in danger. Yet if you fail to perform that check that everybody doing it knows it doesn't actually do anything, then you get given criminal charges for endangerment for the danger that everyone, including the judge, knows doesn't exist. That is the state of the world.
Oh, my, so years ago when my brother was, when he overdosed, my mom and I went through the, we went flying from Utah to Ohio. She had just had surgery. She definitely was not planning to need to make an emergency trip to say goodbye to her son. She had this little scooter one of those knee scooters.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even check the thing. Like, they just moved the
because
scooter.
they could be accused of of discrimination for checking a disabled person's assistance device.
Well, that's also the thing is like they didn't even ask for proof of the surgery or anything. For me, having worked security, it's like I'm sitting here picking apart like, okay, I take this old boot that I have from one of my medical little things, or one that I could easily get off eBay or anywhere, slap it onto my foot. Nobody questions a thing. They don't even scan it. Half the time they just pushed her right through the gate. Didn't even have her go through the detector or anything. Like, and those boots are huge.
But they are.
Yeah, so the boot that you actually could hide a bomb in is the boot they don't check.
Yeah. It's literally just theater with 0 point. And so many flaws.
People who are doing things wrong nervous. It's the whole point. Does it work? Not necessarily, but that's the point.
Line to base. The vehicle you just let through the gate, they're not going for the aircraft. They're going down the commercial side. Oh, yeah, no, just keep an eye on them. Confirm. Can you at least advise security? No, we'll just keep an eye on them. Okay. Meanwhile, having just staring at an SUV going almost over to it before finally, thankfully, stopping at the sign and stopping, turning around, and just coming back and just staring at like, what even is all this? Not to mention the fact that none of the baggage that we that lands through our private site is checked or any such. And oh, it is mildly annoying. There. I think the one I've ever been most suspicious of would have to be the a plane that came in, landed, and offloaded some 50-odd potted plants and whatnot.
Well, okay then.
For me, the thing that bugged me most with Kerr working at the TSA was they refused to give anybody an increase in pay, and so they weren't getting any new employees because they were literally paying less than McDonald's or Walmart or all these other places. And at the same time, because they were getting less employees, they were demanding more out of their current employees, and Kerr was getting forced to work overtime constantly. And then they're losing more employees. Like every single day they were another employee down.
Yep. Suddenly reminded of Fox Lumber, a place in town here, that has had the same now hiring sign up for the last 2 years straight.
Reason for that one.
Yeah. And you want to know the best part? In this economy with these pay rates, this inflation, now hiring $14.50 an hour with benefits for a lumber yard that has notorious turnover.
Actually, it literally comes down to if for some reason they hire people, they have to start paying on their PPP loans.
Sounds about right.
As long as they can show that they are still hiring, but haven't gotten the right candidate yet, they don't have to pay.
Well, in the case of Fox Lumber, I'm pretty sure that they're free and clear. They don't have any loans they're paying on. It's a really old company it's been pretty solvent. But the reason it's been solvent is that they push their people super freaking hard. And the benefits I mentioned, I was going to elaborate there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have their own internal medical care that they provide for their employees, so you have to pay for the insurance. They don't assist with that. The benefits are that you are given numbers to call to establish your own insurance. That's their benefits.
Yeah. Which is stupid. But PPP loans, whether a business was solvent or not, those were given out by the government to continue to pay employees through the pandemic. It was the payroll protection payment.
To my understanding, Fox Lumber remained open throughout the entire pandemic.
Doesn't
We're
matter.
in Montana for context.
Which means
they still could have taken it just for the free money.
There were a lot of companies that abused that.
Yep.
Like I know there was one gaming company who they had a bunch of employees, and then as soon as they got their loan, they fired everybody. And the government's not doing anything.
Illegal with those loans.
Lightpaw, that's not might be a Labor Department complaint. That is a Labor Department complaint. Yet multiple people have complained and lawsuits have been made, yet somehow Fox Lumber keeps getting off scot-free. There's a reason why that nobody wants to work there. They've completely burned through all potential applicants in Laurel.
Most companies are just absolutely shady as hell. And then the good ones get, destroyed by terrible customers. Or not customers, but...
That's why I was actually really glad when the big quit happened, because that really forced a lot of companies to update their labor standards to at least this decade.
I mean, before this decade, but yes.
Oh, the beginning of this decade.
Close enough, yes.
It's like the only reason why the Walmart I currently work at pays as much as it does, and is so liberal with attendance policy as they are, is because they literally cannot keep the positions filled. And I've got people near the top of the local management that have confirmed it's not a matter of just pretending like they're hiring but wanting to keep payroll low. No, they literally can't get enough applicants.
Because nobody wants to work for Walmart.
Yep.
I have a brother-in-law who is trying to support a family of 7 on a manager's salary at Walmart.
My supervisor previously was salary. He went back to hourly, so that way he would actually be making more money with less work.
Yep.
But my brother-in-law, his wife won't let him move away from that. And he is very much non-confrontational.
It's a status symbol for her?
No, not even that. She doesn't want... She grew up well off. She doesn't want to give up her handbag shopping trips.
Oh, she's a thought.
Not quite. She's actually a pretty nice girl otherwise. It's just she is a little out of touch.
Yeah.
Being a mom has definitely mellowed her a bit, but she still has a ways to go.
No, just I've seen entirely too many of those people, especially on like TikTok and stuff, where it's like, no, he needs to have my needs met. I'm going to go on my shopping trips, and he's just going to have to deal with that. Like, lady, go be face down in a ditch somewhere, please. Do the world a favor.
Yeah. Well, the oldest nibbling from that family graduated high school last year before. So, ain't none of us all spring chickens.
Walmart, yes, they do give the hourly employees stock options. However, I'm not going with the stock options because I need every penny that I can get, and I don't trust the current economy.
Yep.
Well, and I'll be honest, paying your employees in gambling money does not make any sense to me, and that's what the stock market is in today.
At least they're not
legal gambling den.
At least they're not paying their employees in script like Amazon's trying to do.
Yeah, don't even get me started on that one.
What is script?
It is
Script is a term for company dollars that can only be spent in company stores.
It's literally a go back to the old mining company stores.
Yep. And generally speaking, well, legally, companies have to offer a conversion rate from script to regular money, but they will always be an abysmal conversion rate. And companies that can get away with paying in script will almost invariably have the pay rate be strategically lower or right at the threshold of how much the living costs are, since they control the prices in the company store.
The other one is that Amazon wants to open company villages, you know, like the old mining towns.
Google's trying to do it too.
Those were outlawed for a reason.
Yes, they were.
Yep.
But, you know, there are certain people in legislative positions who have gutted all of the labor protection laws. So.
And if you wonder why it is that that's such a popular thing right now, it's because it's working so well in China. Just ask any of the Uyghurs.
Mm-hmm.
Wosteen_oil gave the sable blueberries.
I'm almost done with my third basement.
Blueberries.
Blueberries are good.
Yee.
I like them dried, fresh. I don't know what it is. There's a texture thing for me.
Frozen can be nice too.
Yes, frozen's really good, especially if you put them in baked goods or smoothies.
But yeah, we just... The world is a very uncertain and scary place right now.
And unhappy. Very unhappy.
That's why I've chosen to go numb.
I wish I would stop going numb. You know, having my entire right arm go numb for several hours at a time is not fun.
Okay, that's not the kind of numbness I was referring to.
Zorro720 says,
Mine is my
"Big I know
chest,
the song
but
16
thankfully it
times."
is usually short-lived.
Oof. Have you had it checked?
No, I
of
do
course
not, Zorro.
I have things I wanted to say regarding chest pain, but I'm not allowed to say those on YouTube, and these VODs go to YouTube.
Fair.
Yeah, no worries. It is not chest pain. It is just fatigue and numbness.
Yeah, let's just say something to do with proteins that may or may not have spikes, despite certain public statements otherwise, which have now been proven in court to have been complete lies.
The other one is it could be something like what I'm dealing with, which is a spinal condition. So it's best to have it checked. When in doubt, if it's weird, have it checked.
Yep.
And then go spend $3 million for having it checked.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. I've already seen one of my coworkers over at Safeway buried in debt, and I've not heard of him since. I don't want to follow that route.
That's fair.
So honestly, I just approach it as I will try to maintain myself as best I can. And well, something happens, something happens. Man.
I'm
Not to
at least
mention when
lucky
you-
my state did the Medicaid expansion thing, and so even though I am disabled and don't have any income, I at least can go see a doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, Lyndon, you're saying when in doubt, check it out. What country do you live in? Because I want to point out that I had to have lab work done in order to renew my hormone prescriptions. That lab work was done in the fall. Well, early fall, like August, I think was when it was. I just finally paid off the cost of that test last week.
Getting things checked out is not really an option for a lot of people.
Yep.
Yeah, that was just a test. That's comparatively cheap.
It's amusing. I actually had to get after my dad a little bit at one point because he dared to arrogantly lean into the range of, while I was talking about some folks and whatnot, is just haven't been in good health and what, and he dares to lean into, well, that's because they aren't getting it checked early enough, and just simply stared at him straight in the face and reminded him that he is incredibly lucky that the fire department covers everything, but he also has to realize that I literally worked under the fire department myself under their little experimental job and didn't get any of the health benefits because they didn't want to pay us at full time or pay up for our benefits. And I had to remind him that it is an absolute privilege and lucky thing that he has.
No, my
Which
favorite
only stung a
narrative
little
is
bit
that,
further
well,
because of the fact that
well,
I
you
myself
wanted to
was
get
having
sick.
some difficulties of working with that. So
Yeah. Now, one of my favorites is the narrative that the only people who get sick are people who aren't taking care of themselves. And it's like, it doesn't work that way, honey. I was sick at 17 when I was 120 pounds dripping wet.
For me, a lot of my medical issues, my weight came from medication. And that is taking care of yourself by all rights. You take your meds that your doctor tells you to take, that's taking care of yourself.
Actually, that's a big thing for me too, is that before I was on hormones, in order to lose weight, all I had to do was just go, okay, I'm not eating now, and weight's gone. That doesn't work when you have female hormone levels.
No, it doesn't. Can attest. It don't work like that.
For me, my entire life, I could eat, well, up until I gained all this weight, which was shortly before I became an adult. And at that point, I got put on a new medication. But up until then, I could literally eat as much or whatever I wanted and not gain a single pound. But on the flip side, I also couldn't lose a pound. Granted, I was at a healthy weight there. But it was still a matter of I wouldn't change no matter what I did.
Yeah, it's the
and that
problem I'm having right now.
That carries through to now because here I am, very much overweight, and I just keep gaining weight because I can't lose it. I literally to lose it, I have to starve myself as much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exercise doesn't help. It helps me be
scientifically
healthier.
proven it doesn't help, period.
Yeah, and starving myself isn't an option because I've tried like a really low calorie diet. Specifically, I was trying a low calorie keto option, and it just doesn't work. I end up lightheaded and dizzy, and I can't have that when I'm working with heavy machinery.
Yep.
And yes, I consider a forklift to be heavy machinery. I know there are a lot of people out there who don't. There's also a lot of empty graves for them.
Yep.
Yep. Anything motorized generally qualifies as machinery. Anything that can sever limbs or otherwise cause great bodily harm, I consider heavy enough.
I'm doing what
the
I
lack
can
of
to lose weight, but
And, you know, there's a lot of chemistry that goes into losing and gaining weight. I mean, those of us who are blessed with estrogen in significant quantities, we plateau. There's nothing we can do about it. And yet society has this image that we must be, you know, tall and 110 pounds dripping wet.
Fuck those people.
Agreed.
I have serious self-image issues for obvious reasons, and
Right.
freaking beauty standards, they piss me off so much.
Yeah, same.
Like, I'm
and they always
stuck.
have. I've never been conventionally pretty.
I'm rigidly magnetized to 210. I can't go heavier, I can't go lighter. I just stuck.
My plateau.
The lightest I've been able to push myself in the last decade was like 202, and that was completely starving myself and eating nothing but salad.
Yep. And it's even worse after you reach a certain age.
I'm 32.
Yeah, Lightpaw, there are a lot of problems with the disability system as a whole.
Yep. Can
For me-
attest.
For me, like, I understand what I need to do to actually begin the process of disability, but the problem is, what I need to
other
do
ends to
is register my streaming as an actual business. And that comes with it a lot of stuff that I don't know how to do. And I don't have the money to hire somebody that, well, actually, I guess Panth could, you and Pocket Tank might be able to. Well, laws are probably different between states, but.
No, not that much.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff out there that makes it really hard for businesses to start up. And then one of the biggest things is actually the thing that would be the killer for you, which is so many different fees and licensing costs and stuff like that feel like they are completely and totally freaking arbitrary and just there to make it harder. Like, I can't remember what the company was. It was a guy that I had met when I was living down in Tennessee. He was trying to get a business started, and one of the things that really pissed him off was that he needed to pay a deposit on his small business license. Was that they needed him to give I think it was like $5,000 to the city.
Prudent choice.
And then that's it. It just sits there in an account as a deposit. And then he only gets the $5,000 back if the company is successful for like 3 years or something.
Jazzy Colors, thank you very much for that follow. Sorry, Pan.
No, you're good. That's usually a deposit on sales tax, and that's really common. If your credit is below a certain level, it's so that you don't skip out on sales tax. It's dumb, but there is an actual valid reason for it.
Well, the dumb part here is the credit rating.
Yes.
This thing's like, people are like, the social credit score thing is only a thing in China. It's not a thing in the US. Here's the thing. We are a hyper-capitalist country. Your credit score is your social score.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it is.
But
Yep,
for
yep.
me, like the social or the I can't get on disability because they only look at my gross income. And unless I register my streaming as a business, which comes with it a lot of fees that I can't afford, unless I register my streaming as a business, I cannot get into those. I make too much grossly to qualify for disability. However, that doesn't take into they don't care about the fact that my actual net income, I was in the hole by about $300 last year.
Yep. The problem is a lot of that paperwork stuff for those, a lot of the numbers hasn't been updated in over a decade. So they have listed living expenses that just aren't realistic anymore.
Yeah, as someone who's currently in the process of applying for disability and has a hearing next month, they have not updated some of those benchmarks since the 50s.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, why would
the
they?
50s when you could work part-time at a gas station and afford a house and 2 cars.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Still can't get over boomers calling millennials and Gen Z lazy. It's like, have you looked at the economy? You own your own home. Half the expenses that we have, you don't have.
The economy you did, you created. Have you even bothered?
Yeah. Actually, my dad, before he passed on, one of his phrases that he loved to say was that the boomers built a castle in the sky. Then Gen X, after climbing it, pulled up the ladder behind him.
Actually,
And then they both mocked millennials for not growing wings.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not Gen X that we have to thank for Reagan. That was 100% boomers. And
Who was it that destroyed the gold standard?
Reagan.
So yeah. Blame Reagan.
Reagan's policies actually are almost solely responsible for all of the financial issues of the late Gen Xers and the millennials. Almost exclusively.
For me, I just, I don't even want to be on disability. I want to earn a wage. I want to be able to support myself instead of relying on the government. But at the same time, I have health issues that I can't help that stop that. Jazzy Colors. I was just saying before you came in and followed and stuff that I cannot get on disability because it's purely like I've got doctors happy to go to bat for me, but because I stream, I technically make too much money because they only look at the gross income.
He makes more than $8,000 a year before taxes and expenses.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys may laugh about, no, that's literally the fucking threshold, is $8,000.
Which is freaking stupid.
It is.
Like I am making roughly 35 grand a year right now, and I'm breaking even.
Yeah.
In a 1-bedroom apartment. In a low cost of living area. Benefiting from employee discounts at the only place that we get our living supplies from.
Wait, you can't... I did not know about that, Lightpaw. You can't have more than 2K in liquid assets?
For an individual, yes. You can't have more than 2K in liquid assets, and you cannot have more than, I think, 3K as a couple. So it's not even a full, double for 2 people.
So, even if I didn't make too much from the streaming, my actual streaming setup would disqualify me.
Well, it's liquid.
Maybe. It's more a case of... So, things like belongings, computers, etc. don't count. What they count...
assets don't count. Liquid assets is actual like money you can spend. Or
I have
trade
no
goods
money.
that can be quickly liquidated.
That's not a problem. I got no money.
You have excluded one house that you live in and 1 car that you drive.
I don't have a car. We only have Caddy's car, which we're still making payments on. And it's already starting to fall apart.
Actually, it happens pretty often.
Want to get an idea of just how poor our finances are? I haven't been able to get my name legally changed yet. I'm still waiting to have the 140 set aside that I need to do that.
I'm sorry, sugar.
Well, for me, it's just... There's a lot wrong in this country. A lot.
Yes, there is. Yep.
And don't forget, if you say too many things about how bad things are in this country, they'll lock your PayPal account and put you on watch lists. And no-fly lists. And then, casually ignore when you start getting harassed by people.
Yeah. Time to fly.
Heaven forbid that you're blue in a red state or red in a blue state.
Mood. Freaking, I am seriously like Minecraft water blue and in Utah.
I don't
Which
even...
is like so red, they don't even consider it a swing state. It's just like, yeah, this is a gimme.
Utah is the one state that no matter what, no matter who's running, they have always gone Republican.
Except in Salt Lake County. Salt Lake County is now blue.
Yeah, in my case,
the state itself.
Yeah.
In my case, I'm mostly red and living in Montana, but that's the problem. It's mostly. There's certain exceptions where I try to meet in the middle, and those are unwanted exceptions.
Yes.
And you're either a friend or an enemy. In order to be a friend, you must check every box.
Yeah, and I just think that's stupid, because if I were to actually break down my politics, I'm a social liberal, but a fiscal conservative.
No, you can't be fiscally conservative. We must give all the handouts to everybody ever. That surely won't cause any bankruptcy.
Yeah, but we also, if we are tight with our money, then anything that is an affront to a narrow definition of Christianity is against the law in this country.
Yeah. Actually, that's something very interesting and paradoxical that I've run into at work, which is that people were questioning my religion right up until I just came out openly as pagan, and then suddenly no one's asking questions anymore. Suddenly, people are no longer curious.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that with as chill and liberal-leaning socially as I am, that I still identify as LDS.
Identify as what?
Mormon.
Ah.
And it's
I was
because
actually raised Mormon.
I
Jazzy,
believe teaching. I just can't
real
stand the
quick.
social side.
Jazzy, that would be me. I am Raw Zim. I'm the actual the one you're actually watching here. Hi.
Yeah, he's just kind of letting us have our little discussion.
I enjoy
But no, actually, I was
interesting conversations like this, and there's a lot of things that do need to be gotten out there more, that need to be discussed.
Yeah.
Our little
I was
group
actually
is pretty respectful about those conversations too, which is nice.
Yeah.
I was actually raised Mormon. We went to the Church of Latter-day Saints. That ended when the temple was burned down. And that started a multi-year self-reflection and little introspection adventure, which eventually led me to realize that most Judeo-Christian religions really, really don't seem to like what I am.
The temple or the ward house?
Well, technically within the letter of the writing in most Judeo-Christian religions, if you exclude Leviticus, they actually don't really seem to care all that much. But the people in those groups tend to be extremely judgy. Didn't help that when we moved from Michigan to Tennessee.
Oh, no. I was asking, was it the temple or was it the ward house that got burned down?
I believe it was the temple. I was really young at the time.
If it's a place you went every Sunday, it was not the temple.
For me,
and then it was the ward house.
For me, I technically identify as Christian. However, I can't stand organized religion.
Neither can I. Neither can I. Actually, while I was living in Tennessee, I developed the phrase, the closer you get to religion, the farther you get from God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so true.
And here's the thing. Every single time that I used that phrase in front of anyone who was really big in church in Tennessee, which was like half the population.
Oh, yeah.
It was like watching a fuse blow in their head. They couldn't, they actually got actively confused, and some of them got confrontational. Like, no, religion is God. It's like, religion's a construct of man. Are you saying that God was made up? No, I'm saying the rituals and practices are.
Also, religion isn't just Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Religion is also paganism. It's any practice of faith.
Yeah. Actually, speaking as a practicing pagan, there's actually more, I would argue there's more religion to what I do than what a lot of Christians do. Because there's a lot of ritual and ceremony involved, which is what religion is.
Yeah.
And before you ask, no, there's no blood sacrifices or dancing naked in the woods.
No. Though the naked dancing can be fun. But we do it for fun, not for religion.
Yeah, I was about to say, a lot of the crap about witchcraft and paganism and stuff, that's the product of slander by the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages. It's complete slander.
As a practicing Christian witch, yep. I'm the one that gets hated on by both sides of the argument.
Not me, though.
Christian witch. I see that as a thing that can happen when you break it down, but I was not expecting that.
Yeah, I basically Wicca, but the god I subscribe to is the Christian god. I mean, it's not much different than any other form of witchcraft.
For me, I look at a lot of this stuff like the teachings of the Bible. There's good stuff in there. Maybe not all of it, but there's a lot of good stuff in it. And so that's what I go by. That's what I support, basically.
So you're saying that you pray to Oda Jupa Zeus Ra?
What?
Just shoved all of them into one word. Odin, Jupiter, Zeus, Ra. Oda Jupa Zeus Ra.
It's kind of a running gag. But there is a shred of truth to it.
Yep.
A lot of the modern ideas of Jesus and God
Were
have
co-opted.
have no foundation in the original Judeo texts and are all co-opted religions from the Catholic Church trying to assert supremacy.
Yep, because the Catholic Church was trying to win over people from pagan beliefs that existed within the area. They co-opted a lot of them into Christian and Catholic versions, so that when people were practicing those, they can say, no, see, you're totally praying to our guy. Basically, political spin doctors have existed since the dawn of time. It's just that politics and religion used to be the same thing, so...
says, I believe the only thing broken heart, does not want is hate and bigotry.
Wait, was the word God censored?
I believe so.
Wow.
And Zero, I think all of us would agree that the primary thing that any higher power doesn't want is that.
That is very true, though. Like, you look at the New Testament, and everything Jesus was pushing was love others.
Yep. Well,
love,
that's the
love,
problem.
love,
is that
love.
Speaking as someone who has spent a long time around Baptists who was living in Tennessee, they will say, I do this out of love as they shoot you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They don't... in the US, they don't understand the definition of the word.
Yeah.
But yeah, the joke with the Oda Jupazusra thing is that my personal structure that I go with is that I go towards the concepts. I believe that each of those concepts has its own prevailing, whether you call them entities, thought forms, actually like the concept itself. I just view the different gods as the different embodiments of that. And so, my practices, I try to keep them open towards all interpretations of that specific thing.
It's a great way to live.
I am on board with that. Like, anybody that's actually looked at my credits, I do have a little thing that plays at the very end of every stream. A little line there, but I'm very much not somebody that pushes religion, aside from that.
You know, and for me, you can't run a service-based business like a game store and not be open to other ideas.
Yeah.
Not and be successful. Which I was.
And cold.
Ooh, this is pretty. So, Zim, I'm not sure if you have this item in the mod packs you have, but I'm putting my windows in as framed glass, and it's so dang pretty!
Yes, I do have that.
Stinking pretty. And it's going to be even prettier because I'm building in a snowy taiga biome, so I'm going to see snow.
Yeah, to give a perfect example of what I'm talking about, within my interpretation, the Valkyries, Capuchet, and Sharon would all be the same entity, just different interpretations of them.
Psychopomp, Secret Santa.
You cut out part of the way through what you were just saying. I just heard Psycho Secret Santa.
That's what I heard too.
A Psychopomp Secret Santa.
So now Psycho Secret Santa, they're delivering explosive gifts.
Hilariously, on my end, it
It's
cut out.
representations of death exchanging gifts. Big difference.
Hilariously, it cut out on my end at the M, so all I heard was Psychopaw.
That's fantastic.
Congratulations.
It's not often that my cutouts are that amusing.
Actually, since Indolum or
And-
Indolak is. Yes.
Sorry, Lightbob brought up in the chat here a little bit ago. Speaking of game stores, Watsy.
Yeah.
Since Imbolic is coming up soon, something that's topical is like another one that carryover is that Margaret and Demeter are very similar in interpretation, even though they come from two entirely different religions.
Good point.
Watsy
And-
is just... They are so disconnected from everybody.
Who is?
Watsy.
Wizards.
Wizards of the Coast.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Absolute mess right now, and the salt
Please?
is real.
Tanya,
What
please
happens
make
when you
sure
let someone-
mute yourself before you eat?
Sorry.
Thank you. Carry on, Panth.
Just as coming from the background that you all know I do, I really am ready to murderate a few idiots in Washington State.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
I mean,
I could already feel the I could already feel the NSA
FBI
look at it.
FBI, get down on the ground.
I'm talking about the idiots at Hasbro.
I just, for me, it
Too
just
small.
the thing that bugs me most with the whole Wizards of the Coast thing is I think disappointed and sad that this thing that I grew up with has been so irrevocably destroyed at this point. If that makes sense.
That's unregulated capitalism for you. And it literally boils down to Hasbro's wanted to get rid of Wizards of the Coast for going on 20 years now. They've been looking for any excuse whatsoever to dump the property until suddenly it had a gangbusters moneymaker, and now they want to milk the customers for everything they're worth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's literally what it boils down to.
The goose laid a golden egg, and their first impulse is to start squeezing it aggressively.
Yep, pretty much.
I know, right? Like Bob.
Lyndon, wish granted. You now have bi dysphoria. You're dysphoric towards both genders because you envy them being able to reproduce.
But on the good news front, some of the first class actions against AI art are finally filed.
Oh.
Getty Images is in it too.
I'm glad
Oh.
to hear that.
They included Getty Images?
Getty Images is going after them.
Oh, Getty Images is backing this class
They're
action.
one of the two suits.
Dang.
Yeah, as fun and useful as AI images can be, they are way too easy for abuse, unfortunately. It's a technology that we as a society aren't ready for.
Well, and it would be fine had they bothered to ask anyone for permission to feed their work into the machine. But
Yeah.
they didn't.
Well, the problem is, due to the sheer volume of training data that it needs, it wouldn't have been financially possible to do.
File by file.
Yeah. But
me-
And I think so. I'm saying this.
No way to,
I'm
opt
backing
out
this call.
either.
I'm backing this call for regulation as somebody who has used it quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think the technology is cool. It's cool technology. However, it needs regulation. And the biggest thing that I have problems with is, one, the fact that they stole the art and are now basically just copying other people. It's not original. No matter how much how much these fans and fanatics over it say it is not original. It is just the AI copying something else that seems similar to what you want.
Yeah, what the neural net does is that it finds different bits and pieces that match what you want, and then it shoves them together into one image and blends them.
It's like those old image blenders of the 90s that would take an image of you and your crush and to show you what your baby would look like.
Yeah, just that, but way
Almost
more advanced.
identical.
And if you don't believe me on that one, try making DALL-E pump out a jackalope. For whatever reason, every time that I ever try to get DALL-E to make a jackalope, it does not produce antlers. I have to use very clever phrasing, and even then, like 9 times out of 10, it just gives horns instead of antlers.
Yeah.
For me, I just...
Because it doesn't have a lot of antler references.
I find the tech cool. But the biggest thing is the theft. And the insistence by all of it, the big fans, supporters, whatever you want to call them, those people that are going around and entering AI art into...
Zoroark 720
into
cleared with
competitions.
500 eggy bitties. Companies never seem to have
Texas
the warning
Game.
not to kill the golden goose trying to get more eggs.
That's the other one right now, is that cons are actually having to ban it from Artist Alley.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I understand that for some AI art, that you can go through like 10 or 20 iterations and then do touch-up in Photoshop and stuff like that. I appreciate that some AI-based art does actually require work. The problem is that you're piggybacking off of the machine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's an argument that can be made there. The argument can be made that all it is a newer, more advanced paintbrush. Because this argument has happened before when it came to layering way back in the day. Right. Because digital art allowed multiple layering and worry-free erasing, and there were traditional artists that were upset by that. So there is that argument. However, this isn't as simple as adding a new dimension to the art. This is a complete renaissance. This is a complete revolution in the way that it works from the ground up.
Right.
Yeah.
When you deal with something like that, you're going to run into things like we've run into with the current AI art movement, where somebody steps over a line and somebody else has to step in and go, hey, wait a second, that wasn't cool.
Ooh, Lightpaw makes a very good point. That one of those regulations is going to have to be that corporations cannot make trademarks based on AI-generated items. Otherwise, you'd have those companies just go, okay, here's $2 million. have this AI just pump out new symbols constantly. We'll trademark all of them, and then anytime that a competitor is annoying, we'll just sift through the stack to see if we can sue them for something.
Yeah, and you also then simultaneously put logo designers out of work. And ain't no self-respecting graphic designer gonna put up with that shit.
Well, I mean, these people that support AI art so fervently are calling themselves graphic designers.
They're keyboard warriors, and to believe they are anything else is folly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, okay. Some of the AI art that I have made, I did a lot of editing to something that the AI generated. But I'm not going to say it was mine from the ground up. The AI did 90% of the work.
Yeah.
No,
the stuff that gets produced is...
The AI did, like, maybe 50% of the work. You did, well, you did whatever percent you'd say you did, but a lot of it needs to go to the artist.
The artists. Okay, so the artists that fed seed data, they did 40%. The AI did 40%, and then I just did the 20% at the end.
But you, at least, acknowledge that that's how you did it.
Yeah, I don't try taking full credit for something when I know I only did a tiny portion of the work.
Yeah. And it's the people coming in and taking full credit for putting together something that they didn't even edit after the fact.
Morally speaking, I qualify AI art on the same tier as doing recolors and tweaks of existing artwork.
Yeah.
So if you take an artwork that you find on, like, well, a perfect example of this, actually, there was an artwork I found years and years and years ago called Italy as a Fox. It was a character named Italy, and it was a fox version of them.
Okay.
I got permission from the artist to make a derivative work of that, in which I did a palette swap, I did some anatomy tweaks, I added certain things to it in order to make them into a Mutaran, and then I published that with a full accreditation. That I view morally as identical to AI art. However, the important qualifier here is I got permission from the artist beforehand.
I would disagree because the AI art is never published with the original where the AI took the art from.
Yeah, since the seed data is pulled from hundreds of artworks, it simply is impossible to do.
I will agree that
Zorro Arc 720 says, Panth, no, they are script kitties that cannot draw and want to use I.
Script kitties?
Zorro, that is an insult to kitties.
I apologize, but can we have the pass-through again for the audio?
You know, that's a good point, and Kitster's not here anymore.
Yeah, I just noticed that they're absent, and
there you go.
Make it a little easier.
Are you a bear now?
Yes.
Owl bear.
I considered it, however, concerning a certain occasion, that one's off the table for the moment. What did I do with the...
But yeah, I the technology is cool. It just it
it's
needs
like
regulation.
Asimov says. It's like Asimov says. Science without structure and robotics without laws is just plain dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, we're literally at a point where we should be using Asimov's 3 laws of robotics, and we're not.
Speaking as somebody who has done a lot of sci-fi writing, the laws of robotics would need to be written completely original from the ground up, and do not use the ones that he did. Because
Well,
he
true.
specifically made that set of rules to show how they can be corrupted.
Yeah. But we've taken no inspiration whatsoever from that and are just going, well, no rules.
Yeah.
We are very much getting to the point though where, yeah, we need those laws in place. We need regulations. We need rules. Like, I again, I find this stuff cool. I find it fascinating.
Super cool.
I know I
just need
spent several hours. I know I spent several hours with one of those chat AI things doing this little dungeon crawl thing, and it was really cool and fun.
I love the chat AIs. Those are fun.
Yeah. But we can't do
put a pin
this
in that.
stuff. We can't do this stuff right now because we don't have the rules in place. And good luck getting the government to do anything about anything.
Yeah, putting I'll taking the pin back out, I guess. The whole sentient AI thing, that story that recently made headlines, where a technician was absolutely convinced that the newest chat AI that Google came up with was actually sentient.
Care about that one.
Yeah. Well, my stance on that is the same that the committee that reviewed it is, which is, no, I'm going to say that it is not self-aware because it doesn't use neural net, it uses a predictive algorithm.
And it's
if it was
programmed to pass the Turing test.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like if it was a neural net that had come to those conclusions, then I would say yes. However, it was not. It was a predictive algorithm using preset arrays.
There are some out there that definitely are getting close to like an actual like neural net and such, but they're not there yet.
Well, that's the project of that's the goal of Project Blue Brain, is to simulate larger and larger neural masses until they can eventually simulate a human brain running in real time.
And then we're gonna really have some ethics issues.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of debate on what does and doesn't qualify as sentience and self-awareness. And from my personal perspective, my hard line is neural net. If the AI possesses a neural net as a major component of its decision making, then I'm willing to admit that it is sentient.
That's fair. That's having a benchmark like that. We need benchmarks like that. It's necessary. It's the only way we're gonna know we've reached a point in which we need to start reevaluating benchmarks. We gotta have one. I love being able to hang out and talk with all you smart people.
I enjoy having you around too. You know, you're always welcome here.
Yeah.
I did not call you dumb.
Actually, I think you kind of did.
No, it's a case of once in a while. It's when you talk to the same person, and that's the only person you're talking to on a fairly regular basis, it quickly becomes an echo chamber, whether it's meant to or not.
Oh, I understand.
And Pocket Tank and I even agree and disagree on topics. It's just part and parcel of being married. That's true. Also part of being accepting of each other.
And Lightpaw, I saw... Oh, hey, Dragoon Blade. It's good to see you again.
Zorro Arc 720 says, how say the internet is not a self-aware neural net already tongue?
There's a lot of them on the net. Like, just look at the YouTube algorithm. Good God. Even they have no idea how the hell it works.
Dragoon Blade, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Same here.
All streamers are 100% real. All guests are 100% real.
Hey, no, wrong. Did you forget what Twitch tweeted? Us VTubers, we're just AI.
How could they betray us like that? After we fought so far for AI rights.
I know, right? We have rights too.
But Lightpaw, I somewhat agree with you about. Okay, it's real quick on the VTubers or AI. They didn't actually. Oh, okay. You were making the joke. Okay, fair enough.
I don't know the context.
So they tweeted out this thing. They put out a tweet saying, look at all these cool VTubers that the community are making, and all these interesting personalities, and the AI that they're making. And I personally did not take it as them implying that we were all, AI, but a lot of people were like, really? You discount us all just because we decide to have these animated portrayals of ourselves as just being AI? And yeah, it was a whole thing.
Yeah.
But
some people failed it. Sorry.
Going back to you, Lightpaw, for me, AI is a cool technology. I do really worry about those that are very creative amongst us. Also, I love how the music got super sad here. Like, I'm about to launch into this explanation about how I feel bad about this, and suddenly the music's just like...
No, I can't remember what I was going to say. I am sad.
But for me, it's like, it's cool tech. And I worry about, like, AI art, AI stories, etc. These... I do worry about people trying to replace actual people with these. And I know there's going to be somebody... There are already people that are putting out AI work without saying that it was created with AI. Without saying that it was this amalgamation of hundreds, if not thousands, or even more other pieces of work that were made by actual humans. And that is the thing that makes me feel the most bad. I will also say, on a somewhat more lighthearted kind of note, I also kind of feel bad for the AI itself, because I know that there are a lot of perverts out there on the internet that are using this technology to,
Yeah.
So those AIs are, yeah.
Slightly problematic.
Gaming Cat, Barotrauma was a lot of fun, and I do really look forward to doing some more in the future. Also, what the hell was I working on here?
Remember what I was gonna say now, which is when it comes to VTuber avatars, is that there are a lot of people out there that are like, the VTuber stuff. Oh, it's only for people who are furries and weebs, and it's just for them to get that super escapism rush that they want. And it's like, also it could be to keep their face out of the public spotlight so they can actually go and go shopping, go to the movie theater, to actually enjoy their life and not have paparazzi after them all the time. Not have to worry about death threats, stuff like that.
Or in my case, I am anything but 120 pounds dripping wet, and I feel more secure behind my VTuber than being on camera because I was getting a lot of hate for how I look.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Until I was on proper prescription hormones, I had a guy face.
Yeah. There
And
are
I still have the
reasons.
bone structure,
Yeah, you can't really fix that.
unfortunately. Although fat distribution really does help, and wearing my hair in the right way covers the jaw.
Yeah, I'll believe it.
For me, like, I do VTubing because this is my real portrayal. The various different parts of myself. Like, every character, like, the Sable-Roo, that is everything that I am. The way I kind of see myself. Not in a super... Like, I know there are some furries out there that are really gung-ho, like it's not so much
This
body
is the real me.
not so much body dysmorphism, I think would be the proper term, but this is still how I view myself. And so that's how I share myself with all of you, how I want to. Like, I was VTubing before VTubing was even a thing.
True.
I've been doing this for almost
A hot
7
minute.
years now. I was kind of, somebody came to me one day and was like, so why don't you tag your videos with VTuber? I'm like, what is that?
There's
oh, well,
a
that's
tag for
literally
that?
what you're doing. I'm like, they stole my thing. But,
The day I lost my identity.
but, you know, like in the case of the various avatars, the various characters, Razor is kind of my original, he was originally my Pokesona. I still feel like he's that way. He kind of represents my younger side, my young at heart still kind of side. And then my various characters kind of represent different parts of myself, and I do kind of get into it a bit with when depending on what avatar I've got on. So instead, and this is how I choose to portray myself. Not because I want to hide my face or anything. It's just like, I definitely don't like my body. I will definitely not say that. I am fat and ugly.
Yeah. Like Taniel, I would literally kill to have that body. But unfortunately, reality doesn't work that way.
But it's not so much escapism, it's just, for me, it's more akin to showing my true self to you all. Or at least the way I see myself.
Yeah, and unfortunately, for every one person for who it's just a matter of, you know, finding comfort in yourself and all that, and actually having a face that you enjoy wearing. For every one person like that, there's 5 people that are
Clout
ooh
chasers?
woo, nuzzles and cuddles.
Yeah.
Collar me, daddy. Yeah. Thank you, I needed that.
There we go. There's a lightning rod.
Dragoon Blade, the fact is, it's literally on my doctor papers. Every time I go to the doctor, there's a line they print out on it that just says morbid or obesity.
Yep. Same.
It's like, this is a fact. I am fat. It's not so much me putting myself down, it's just a fact.
The ugly?
Well, I mean,
the ugly's a little bit of a put down.
It is. See, okay, this is somewhere that I view like, body positivity definitely could help in your situation. But I'm going to put a caveat on that, which is there's a difference between body positivity and denial.
Yep.
Body positivity is saying, yes, this is me. I understand there are problems, but I'm not going to let that get me down. Then you have the people that are 500 pounds and say, look at me, I'm sexy. Please, no.
Yeah.
Like, no, you are going to die before you hit 40. You are not sexy. You are what happens when genetics and lifestyles fail. Please seek medical help.
Yeah. There, yeah. The So, in regards to the fat and ugly thing, like, I know for a lot of people it is them putting themselves down, but my brain is also wired differently from most people. For me, it's more, I'm just stating a simple fact. It's not really me, for my brain, the way it's wired, it's not me putting myself down. I'm just saying what I view as a fact.
Yeah,
You guys are welcome
actually,
to... Go ahead.
No, I run into that sometimes too, because I suffer from certain spectrum-related things, and I will state something.
Any of us are neurotypical here.
Yeah. I will state things, simply stating them as an observation, and people are like, quit being hard on yourself. There are other times that I will say something in order to help keep the context straight in my head, and why are you making excuses?
Yeah.
I mean, Jits,
And of course,
I very much am. My brain functions very differently from other people's.
And the
Aw, so cute.
And the single biggest one is when you ask someone to repeat what they said, and they only repeat the last 2 or 3 words.
Zorro Arc 720 is making with the grabby paws.
So, if I'm asking you to repeat what you said, it's because I only realized you were addressing me halfway through, which meant you only came through the filter halfway through. It is the first half of what you said that I didn't hear. Take this, write it down. This applies to more than just me. It applies to pretty much anyone who's on the spectrum. If they ask you to repeat something, they probably didn't hear the first half, not the second half. Write it down.
Yep.
I'm not saying write the thing down. I'm saying this instruction right now so that you remember later.
Or, like in my case, a lot of times I literally did not process what you said.
Yeah. That you hear every single word, but none of it actually got processed.
None of it made sense.
I run into that all the time. It's like, I'm not trying to ignore you, it's just...
Ask Pocket Tank to restate things because I'm like, hey, wait a second. That did not process, did not compute. Please re-input.
Please recharge your AI kitty.
Yeah.
No, not AI. We are alive, organic people.
You're right.
We've always been that way. Robotic cat. It's a script kitty.
Yeah.
Zorro Arc 720 says, well, for both, also writing it down for us helps as well as repeating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair. I do work with text a lot better than I work with spoken words. I will say that much.
Oh yeah.
Seriously, Minecraft?
You ramble off a list of jobs for me to do. I'll remember like the first 2 items on the list, and maybe one near the end. You write that list down, I will be able to methodically carry out every single thing on that list within the next 10 seconds. Doesn't matter how long the list is. I'll just break the speed of sound if I have to. Yeah. Never underestimate the value of writing things down.
What's up? Why are you angry, Lyndon? Tanya? I swear
Sorry.
to all that is holy and sacred. You will
I
be
forgot to mute.
holy if you keep that up.
I've been muting. I just forgot to mute that time.
Sim's misophonia is kicking in.
Bots. Whee!
That is one thing I cannot stand, is the sound of somebody chewing. I had a coworker at one point where he was like, why do you keep turning on shows every single time we get into the office for lunch? I'm like, don't say anything, because you're just gonna offend him. But it's because he eats so goddamn loud.
Yeah.
Munch,
Yeah, Lightpaw.
Munch.
Lightpaw, I actually do run into that problem sometimes with Caddy. Is that he is able to multi-thread things that he hears. He can be listening to 2 things at the same time, or he can be doing one thing while listening to another. My problem is that if it's new data coming in, it takes up all channels at once.
Bandwidth. Maxed out bandwidth.
Yeah. Basically, the best way to think of it is, if it's things that I've committed to autonomous tasks, I can do like 5 of them at once. That's nothing but a thing. But when it comes to understanding people around me, that requires a lot of additional processing. If somebody's saying something, my brain has to work overtime to interpret that from words into thought. Because I'm studying the nuances of the voice manually. I'm studying the facial expressions manually. I'm studying the context manually. That shit doesn't happen auto for me. So when somebody's speaking to me, that requires all of my focus. And something that I've sometimes caught myself doing is expecting that from others, is that when they're doing something, that I wait for them to finish that thing before speaking. And then that's interpreted as rude because it's like, oh, you want all of my focus? Like, sorry, just usually I need to give all of my focus, so I was just waiting for you to have that opening so I wouldn't put you in an awkward spot. And then I end up in the awkward spot anyways.
Tag neuro spicy life. Pocket Tank's giving me funny looks sometimes when I said the word neurospicy. I'm like, what?
I am become death, destroyer of worlds.
Zoroark 720 believes someone has gone mad with power.
This isn't a power, it's a curse.
Everybody's always asking me, what's your autistic superpower? It's like, you want to know what my autistic superpower is? Putting up with your BS.
Yeah.
You want to know my autistic superpower? I can be overly anxious about 6 things simultaneously, none of which happen to this day.
Yes.
Mood. Mood.
I'd like to report Tanya. She stole my identity.
No, it's like,
I'm in
how
this post
often?
and I do not like it.
How often do you run into a situation where somebody's like, oh, what's got you so nervous? Bitch, if I knew, I'd be dealing with it.
Yeah. Why are you upset? Honey, if I knew, I wouldn't be upset.
For me, I've gotten some people that get mad at me. This saying that I'm faking the things that I'm going through, dealing with, etc. When, for me, it's because I've got a very introspective brain. I sit here and I methodically work through, okay, this thing is causing this, which is causing this, which is, you know, I'm following the trail back to the beginning to try and figure it out.
You have to run diagnostics.
Yeah. And so most of the time I can work out, okay, this is what's going on right now, and this is why I'm reacting this way. This is why my brain is processing this situation in this manner. And they get mad at me thinking I'm just, they've literally accused me of lying because they think that I'm making it up when I've got this full list of this is where this all started, this is where this came from, this is why this happened, that happened. Like,
You ever been in a situation where somebody's absolutely convinced that you're pissed off at them, but them being part of the equation wasn't even part of that diagnostic process?
Yes!
That was the situation. It was the situation itself, or some recurring thing that you're now stuck in the middle of. They just happened to be the person who was present at the time, so they're convinced that you're blaming them. And then when you try to explain that, it just pisses them off further.
Well, and when they're like, they think you're mad at them, but in reality, you're sitting there thinking that they're mad at you.
Yes. Oh, that one. Oh, fuck, that one I have that all the time.
It's so annoying.
Caddy and I had to actually get into the very awkward habit of seriously asking each other if we're mad at each other. Just to ping.
Hank and I do too.
Yeah. I am in a constant state of worrying that people are mad at me.
Yes, you are, and have been as long as I've known you.
I don't mean to be.
I know you don't. But can confirm as someone who has known you for going on 10 years now.
Oh, yes, no, entirely fair enough. Oh, there goes my hearing. Give me a second. That's new.
The owl is deaf. Now is the time to strike.
No, it's back again. It was just for just a half second. Everything would sound like everything around me for just a half second was like 10% volume, if that makes sense. I couldn't hear the fridge behind me running. I couldn't hear the humming in the walls, and just all of a sudden it was just like muted. I just yawned wrong.
Can you imagine if Wostein had to wear a neck brace? That's functional blindness.
Yeah.
Where did my music go?
I'm sitting here going, why is I put an entire layer of water under my fields? Why are they not showing as plowed? It's because I'm a high enough elevation that all my water's freezing.
Yeah, that'll happen.
You see, Tanya, I simply trade off a little bit of concealment for movement, for I can still swivel my legs about to give myself all of the elevation I need for looking up, down, and all around.
You just end up looking like a broken video game render.
No. I just look like a living tree stump or branch or whatever I'm attached to at the time. Why is that branch and bark just flow? Oh, it's an owl.
Actually, Zorro, a lot of people can hear the humming in the walls.
Oh,
they can hear that stuff. The thing is that most of them are so used to it that they don't notice it And even if you try to
valid.
listen, you can't hear it. But if you're in a actual power outage for long enough, you will notice.
Oh yeah.
The 60 hertz signal.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh,
That
you can
actually
hear
reminds
that?
me
You're
of
probably autistic.
reminds me of an SCP. I can't remember which one it was, but that apparently there's a background noise that's present over the entire planet that's just always been there. So we only noticed it when it went away.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a thing.
As for what the noise was, they don't know because nobody was bothering to keep track of it because no one knew it was there until it was gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Science, gotta love it.
And just to clarify, in case anybody's confused, I'm referring to SCP stuff. It's fictional.
Heck.
There is a low vibrational sound that is prevalent all over the world. It's just so far out of most living beings' hearing that we only pick it up on sensitive electronic equipment.
I'm talking about tectonic resonance.
Actually, I'm talking about geomagnetic field resonance from the solar winds.
There are also other sounds that only some people can hear, which nobody can figure out what it is or why they can hear it because of the fact that it's like so few people can hear this thing that it's hard to actually figure it out because you can't really run tests if you can't hear it yourself.
Well, I mean, you could have acoustic equipment that picks up certain frequencies.
Yes, but trying to pinpoint the exact one, like I've looked into it a little bit out of curiosity.
You would need to have something multispectral present and functioning at the same time as having someone who can hear that noise and have them currently hearing the noise while standing near the microphone. That's the only way that you could verify it, which is a very specific set of circumstances.
And the thing is that this sound is only heard at random times by these small select groups of people. So you can't even predict when it might happen next.
And of course, if heard at random times that seem to have no rhyme nor reason, then the argument can be made that it's just a side effect of certain neural divergent activities.
Yeah.
Just a certain type of wiring in the brain. Like, have you ever had a situation where there's this, how best to phrase it? It's not quite a sound. Not quite a sound. It's like this phantom concept of a sound that gets attached to a physical thing that you see.
Yes.
And thinking about that thing causes that phantom sound to manifest, or seeing that thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Try running tests on that to find out where that comes from. I'll wait.
Mm-hmm.
Neurospicy.
Row.
I know I myself have one of those lovely things that they can't... There's so many things that we still really don't understand, that we still cannot wrap our heads around, even the smartest among us. For me, like my medical stuff, they can't figure out how or why my brain creates these tumors. They just know that it happens.
I thought it was your heart that was having the tumor issue. Also, we just gave a demon god an existential crisis. Check that off the bingo sheet.
Has Demon God realized that he might actually be neurospicy too? Or they, sorry. That was my goof.
No
Well,
worries.
I think that just answered your question.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there are definitely a lot of for my stuff, my brain is creating tumors in various parts of my body. They have managed to stop it, but the people that, the drug company that was making the medicine still has no idea exactly how they managed to stop it. They just know they did.
Oh, one of those situations.
It's like metformin and PCOS. They have no idea why it stops the cysts for women. It just does.
It just works. It just works.
Yes.
Try not to argue with it because it works.
But at the same time, like, for me, they went through multiple different things trying to find a way to stop it, and the only reason that I'm still here right now is because there was a rich guy's daughter that has the same situation, the same thing, and he threw enough money at it.
Yeah, I really wish more people that had liquid assets would be willing to finance stuff like that more.
Mm-hmm.
But the unfortunate situation of reality is that the only time a wealthy celebrity will throw a bunch of money at fixing a problem is after it becomes a personal problem for them. Now, I'm not telling people to go out and get their hands on virus samples and deliberately infect various rich people, but...
But the truth of the matter is that it's never anybody's problem until suddenly it is. And the very few of us that actually give a crap about people when it's not our problem are usually not in a position to do much about it.
Or we give away everything we've got because we're trying to do what we can, and yeah.
Yeah. Somebody speaks from experience.
Uh-huh.
A little bit.
Yeah, remember how only a few years ago that everybody's perception of autism came from low-functioning young autistic sufferers? Blah.
Young autistic boys.
Oh, yeah. Actually,
it's been until the most recent years treated as a little boy's disease.
Caddy actually ran into that issue. Not that specific one, but Caddy has borderline personality disorder, but they're genetically male.
Yeah.
So they had to fight with the system because they had a psychiatrist who was absolutely convinced, no, you can't possibly have this because it only affects women. Here's the journal that says that no, it does. It does affect men too.
Yeah.
It's like, well, why would you have that unless you're researching it so you can fake it?
My doctor years ago told me just never to mention my illness stuff to an ER or anything if I need to go in. Just give them the general somatoform disorder that they originally were classifying it under and still kind of classify it under. Because I went to the ER at one point that was outside of the network that he was part of, and he got the notes from them, and they were calling, they wrote into the notes in there about how I was just some drug seeker. They sent notices to other hospitals in the area, and me, I'm just sitting here like, I didn't even want the pain meds. I didn't come in for the pain meds.
I came in for an antibiotic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another one that I deal with too.
That one really, really fucking pisses me off because there's some lists that, like that, for example, that once you get on them, it is impossible to get off of them. Even if a court of law says, no, you had no business being on this list in the first place, you will still have to fight tooth, claw, and small arms fire in order to get them to take you off that list.
Yep.
Luckily, my doctor at the time was well known and respected enough that he managed to get me off of that stuff. Or at least he said he did. But, you know.
Tough enough, even with a doctor in your back court.
Yeah.
Wait, do I?
And I
Oh
still...
my god.
I also love when I go into a doctor and they're like, oh, it's just your weight. Doctor,
Yep,
I'm
that's always
pretty
fun.
sure that my foot going numb in a specific spot is not related to my weight. It might be. I doubt it. But could you at least run some tests, please? And
Irregardless of whether or not this is weight related, please kindly help me do something about it, because right now it very much is.
For me, it's actually this. I still have no answer for it because the ER refused to see me. Like, they just never actually saw me. I'm pretty sure they just put me at the bottom of the list, and because I was fat and they just didn't want to deal with it. Obviously, I have no confirmation on that, but I've been treated that way by doctors before, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
But it's this, like, right in front of the heel, in the bridge of the foot, and on my left foot. Occasionally, it just goes numb.
Hey, I have occasional limb numbness too.
It's like this perfect circle. And it really freaking hurts on the edges of it. I know I went to a doctor and got in to see one, and he's like, okay, I'll give you to draw some blood. It's probably just diabetes. I don't think I have diabetes. Well, I'm not going to do anything more until I've confirmed and ruled that out. Fine.
I can kind of understand wanting to prioritize the diabetes thing, because that's something that is better put under control sooner rather than later.
Yep.
I understand.
Got an uncle who's lost a foot on that one, and one of our...
Yeah, the only issue I have with...
720 says that the problem doctor want to treat patients as we are dumb, not equals.
Yeah. I understand. I do understand that the thought process of trying to rule it out. But I have had so much blood work done over the years.
Yeah.
And I know the signs of it. I have no history of it in my family. I am fat, but I still do a lot to make sure that I am healthy. I'm getting my proper nutrients. I'm not, I eat almost no sweets. I know that's not just the only part of diabetes, but it is there.
Yeah. Well, it makes anything super sweet or anything like super oily, greasy, stuff that's really high in fat, those sorts of things make your pancreas have to work harder.
Yeah, but I don't eat those kinds of things. In general.
Yeah, exactly.
But I literally put in... So the doctor, of course, didn't call me himself. He had an assistant call me, and she's like, I have a note here from from the doctor, and she literally just read off the note, and he's like, okay, there's no signs of diabetes. You do have high cholesterol, which I knew about before then. But he wants to put you on this, and I'm like, okay, well, what about figuring out the other problem that I was having? Because I'm pretty sure high cholesterol isn't causing my foot to go numb.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, okay, I'll forward that to the doctor. It's been like 2 weeks now, and I still have not heard anything.
Yeah. Like, the only case in which high cholesterol could cause numbness like that would be if you've already reached the point where there's capillaries starting to be obstructed.
Yep.
Which comes to what my issue is with occasional limb tingling and such, is that I have critically low blood pressure, but that's because both my testosterone blocker and my mood elevator both lower blood pressure.
Always a complicated problem.
Yeah. So I have dangerously low blood pressure, so that's something I have to keep aware of. Like when I'm at work and standing up from getting stuff underneath the shelves and such, I have to do it slowly and methodically. Otherwise, I'm right back on the floor where I started.
It just... I really wish that I could find another doctor like the one that I had in Utah. Like, that guy loved to sit there and just go on and on and on at me about this, that, and the other thing, you know, the typical doctor lectures. But I still wish so much that I could still see him. Unfortunately, he is too old and kind of, you know, one of those type of people that are more stuck in their ways and won't do remote sessions and stuff. But he at least actually seemed to take, like, he took care of me instead of just being like, well, it's just the weight. It's just this, it's just that.
Yeah, it's always nice when you have someone who's actually willing to talk to you and work with you.
Mm-hmm. They are very
like,
few
actually,
and very far between.
Like, perfect example, actually. My therapist and my psychiatrist show a perfect example of the opposite ends of this spectrum. Is that my therapist, she will regularly have sessions actually run over because she will be sitting there talking through things, listing things off. She will give you laundry lists of different sources you can look up yourself if you want to try seeking your own solutions, if you feel like her therapy isn't good enough, that sort of thing. She is absolutely freaking amazing. My psychiatrist, on the other hand, she wouldn't even give me a note for the low blood pressure issue.
Ow.
And anytime that I've gone to her to deal with my medications and such, the visit never lasted more than 15 minutes, and she was basically trying to shove me out the door from the very moment I arrived.
Sorry, hon.
So I have people that are at both ends of the spectrum that I work with.
Yeah.
A lot of them, unfortunately, are not actually in the field to help people.
Oh, they're in it for the money.
Make money.
Yeah.
Money and the clout. Actually, the clout thing is another huge freaking thing. When I was working as an EVS tech at Billings Clinic, I had people going, "Oh, you work at a hospital. That's so great. Oh, you help keep things sterile. That's amazing. That's an important job." At Walmart, I am doing basically the same thing I was doing before. The only difference is I'm not exposed to as much blood. And suddenly, oh, you work at Walmart. What are you, some kind of peasant? Bitch, I make more money with better benefits and better hours here.
Hell, even working on the previously mentioned experimental drunk bus under the fire department, we had our paramedics talking down to our medics because we weren't. Oh, you're not doing all the same that we do.
Oh my god, I don't understand what it is with some medical professionals. It's like they physically have to talk down to somebody every 30 minutes or they will explode.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I was an EVS tech, there were some of the RNs that were absolute, complete, and total cunt wagons. I use that word because I can't think of anything else that fits.
Was a nurse up in Montana that fits.
Well, yeah, it's in Montana, Billings Clinic, and it's yeah, some of the nurses that I had to work with were just absolutely impossible. And then when I got a position cleaning the ORs, the surgery assistants were supposed to get certain things out of the ORs before we went in to clean and sterilize. Yeah, they wouldn't. Anytime we tried saying anything, they're just like, "Oh, well, you can do it. You've got the equipment." It's like, yes, but we're not supposed to. That's your job. It says right here, it's your job. Oh, well, you already have your equipment set up anyways.
Those ones.
Unfortunately, it's a really common thing in the medical field.
Oh yeah, and the charge nurse in the ORs actually, prior to Caddy being the one that took over there, being the shift. I think Caddy qualified the shift lead, but anyways, the charge nurse kept trying to get EVS to do all of the surgery techs, the surgery assistants' jobs. Kept ordering them around, changing protocol and stuff like that. Basically, just giving orders for the sake of proving that they could give orders when they actually had no authority to do that. And Caddy was the only one that really pushed back against that. And I have zero doubts whatsoever that after we left the clinic over the contract dispute, that whoever it is that they replaced us with up in OR immediately got bullied around by the charge nurse.
Wouldn't shock me.
I guess I can at least take a little bit of benefit in that.
Little comfort.
Oh yeah, no, I was just realizing that, so with what our job was and such, that we kind of took a lot of pressure off the ER and whatnot, so we had at least one guy who was the absolute utmost positive fellow for us, and particularly me in general, because I did everything I absolutely could to help and whatnot. And so it was just sitting here just like, I can at least take a little comfort knowing there's some handful of decent folks, but it's painful how few far between that can be.
Oh, I had a working security. We would have some of the local cops that they would look at us as very much less than them, very much superior to us. Luckily,
yeah, what is it? What is it with the elitism? Seriously,
no, right? Luckily, my boss was actually the former training sergeant for SLCPD SWAT, so anytime we'd had someone come in like that, I just give a quick call to my boss, and, well, they're looking for a new job.
Yeah.
But
yeah, the idea of security as rent-a-cops in Utah is pretty bad.
I like, not all cops are bad. And for me, I despise the ACAB thing because I don't like lumping everybody in there. Because one cop in particular, Officer Delka, pretty sure he's retired by now, but he was on his way out when I knew him. But he's like, what you do is braver than what I do.
To the Hamlet.
Like, if I run into a problem, I've got dispatch that's going to check in on me. I've got backup I can call. I've got people that If I just stop responding to calls from dispatch, they're gonna start sending people to check on me. You guys don't have that.
Yeah.
He was pushing hard to get us tied into the local 911, the local dispatch, just in case, but that never went anywhere because the college didn't want to pay anything for it.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks for the follow.
Huge thing with
yes,
ACAB,
Joshua,
actually.
Joshua, thank you very much for that follow. Fun fact, based on your name there, a friend and I are actually going to be looking at doing some Astroneer in the near future, so make sure you stick around.
A big thing with ACAB, actually, is that it ended up doing a lot more harm than good, and here's the reason why. Is that if you're a good cop, you're trying to do right by your community, you have a good heart, you're trying to help people. And the reaction you keep getting from the community is, "Oh, cops are bastards, you're horrible people, I'm not talking to you. How dare you come into my community and try to enforce things?" Like, I'm just trying to find out who killed this kid. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Those kind of people leave the force because of the ACAB behavior. So who are you left with? You're left with just the bastards. The ones who don't care how you feel about them.
It's actually amusing because during all of that, we actually ourselves caught some of that flack, and we just because our uniforms were, we were not given fire department uniforms because we were not fire department per se, but we were also not given PD. But it turns out we were.
Real quick, Joshua, no, I cannot speak German. Sorry. English only here. Oh, I know. I know, Chris Obs. I will get that out today. I have not let up on my Twitter campaign at Planet Zoo to try and get Martens added. But anyways, carry on.
Oh, just amused because we've had... So, with our job, basically... Hell, I'll just put it simply. We were the drunk bus. We picked up anyone who was intoxicated if they wanted to go to the sobering center. If they didn't, we just simply made sure they were okay. Well, one day we had one of our other shifts that had pulled up on someone who was passed out on the curb and whatnot. They were just being helped up. And a bunch of kids go running over yelling, "You quit hurting them! Knock it off! They're not doing anything," whatnot, so forth, while they're just helping them up. And yelling at them as they're sitting there with their phones, recording and whatnot, shaking them around as though there's something going on when they're just being helped up.
Well, at that point, they were just clout seeking anyway.
Oh yeah, no, but it was painful because during shift changeover, they were crying over it, and we almost had one of our EMTs quit because of that.
Yep.
I so thoroughly despise those fucking videos. Like, they never show you what's actually going on. They just show you all of the... They show you the aftermath. Like, this one, I will fully say, it looks terrible, but there was this, like, with all of the protests and stuff that were going on, there was a cop that the news, of course, was pushing that, "Oh, he ran people over with his squad car." And I look at the video, and this guy is trapped, completely encircled. They are smashing his car. They are throwing things at it. It's like, that is a flight or fight response here. This guy could literally be killed if he stays in that circle. And they are completely surrounding him.
During the riots, there actually were several incidences where that happened, where there was somebody whose life was in immediate danger, who was being physically attacked, or their vehicle was being physically attacked, and they did what was necessary to escape that situation. And then the news is like, local person has dropped 500 nukes on every single minority in the entire planet. News at 11.
It's...
Sorry, I said local person. They don't acknowledge those people as people. Once the Zygite has decided they don't like you, you're now a turbo racist, white supremacist, misogynist, something buzzword.
Those drive me so... They infuriate me so much. Because, like, that one particular video I'm referring to, I could see that the cop did not actually run people over. Because I did some digging and I saw the view from a different angle than what the news, of course, was putting out. I saw the full version, and it's like the guy waited until they pushed a barricade against the front of his car, used that to nudge them over, and then as they were trying to pick themselves up, he carefully maneuvered that vehicle. He did not actually run anybody over. He just pushed them to get them out of the way so he could get out. And it's like, this guy is, even as his life was in danger, legitimately in danger, he still was watching out for the people.
No? Even there's a certain 17-year-old that I can't refer to by name, that there are still people who believe that the other 3 people involved in that incident were all black, when in fact all 3 of them were white, and one of them is on camera pulling a gun on him and trying to shoot him. But you never see the footage of that making its way around the main press releases. You never see the part where the arm that got shot was the one that was holding a pistol which was aimed at said 17-year-old. They never want to talk about that part, because that isn't the fun part. That's not the part that sells what they want to sell. You actually watch all the footage on stuff like that, and it completely changes the story. But we live in a society where people don't want the truth. They want whatever sounds most spicy.
Yep. Anyhow.
Sorry about that. I was getting a little too heated, so I just needed to step back for a moment.
No
Yeah,
worries.
I got a little bit worked up on that last one too. But that one in
Don't worry,
particular
Mark.
really pisses me off just because of just how deep and heavy the lies got, and how much of it is still falsely represented to this day.
Yeah.
There are still people online that there are a lot of people you can go to that if you ask them who died.
Let's drop this.
Can I?
What's up?
I was just gonna say, can I throw a Marten video? I am mildly curious of it.
Well, yeah. Marten
It is
videos
one
are
of-
always welcome here.
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
yeah,
no.
let's
It
do
is
a hard shift.
It is one of the
Yeah.
fragmented Marten videos, so I was curious of what it is, and I have not thrown it yet, so boop.
Joke.
Wosteen_oil wants attention.
It's a longer one.
I see. I suspected, but I was curious.
Yeah, this one, if you get it to come up during the Marten bot itself, will not actually play the full video. So that's part of why it's fragmented, is to give some extra rarity to it.
Oh,
But this is the actual full version of it.
Okay. I suspected, but I was looking at it like, huh, none of these other videos are fragmented. Huh, that's curious.
small business owners can also be really awesome. Case in point, Panth.
Oh yeah, no. It is always variable of can be.
Yep. Well, actually, perfect example of good small business owners. There's a guy who runs an antique shop that's just a few buildings down from us on Main Street. And yeah, I'm basically doxing myself here.
Zorro Arc 720 says, is the Tuor how cute next to Zim?
What?
That?
It's an or fox, actually. But yeah, go on with what you were saying, Tanya.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's actually, when we had gotten instruments, because I was wanting to learn violin and Caddy was wanting to learn guitar, and we actually had money at the time, he just straight up just gave Caddy a full set of strings.
I remember, back...
Rank up. Hold the line.
And,
this hamlet shall not fall.
He straight up gave Caddy a full set of strings, and he gave me... He gave me a violin course book for like $10. As a full, proper course book, the kind that, you know, usually you spend 50 or 60 on new.
Welcome.
Hey there, Yoshi Spyro. How was your stream? You're playing Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Very nice.
Oh.
We're just having a nice little time. I'm mining in Minecraft, and we're discussing some various topics. I was not expecting to get a raid, but yeah. Thank you for sharing your community. But I will also say, for me, when my brother overdosed, we had some flooding in the condo, and I had completely forgotten to pay them the last half of what I owed them, because our deductible was it was $1,000, no, $500 at the time. That was AAA. AAA is awesome, by the way. Definitely good company. Not small company, but good company. Anyways. I had completely forgotten to pay them the rest of what I needed to, and they called me up one day, and I'm like, oh, I am so sorry, I forgot. I am dealing with family emergency out of town, brother's in the hospital. I will get it to you as soon as I can. I just have been away from work and stuff. And they just said, oh, it's no problem at all. A few hours later, I got an email of them sending me a updated bill, and they had just waived the rest of it with a little note of, just worry about your family.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
There are some good ones out there.
I very much recommend, after that, don't go with the companies that you see all the really fancy commercial... fudge! I just broke my hammer on accident. It had some expensive enchantments on it.
That's always frustrating.
Oh, wait a minute. That's two bad things. The third one's still incoming. First bad thing that happened was I just crashed my airship.
Let's...
Storm clouds are thrice cursed.
But, I always recommend going for those family, smaller businesses, because you tend to, one, get better quality service, and two, they're good people. They're people like us, rather than big corporation that has a big fancy advertising budget and all that other stuff. They look at you as people rather than dollar signs.
Well, can be.
Can be.
But yes.
In general, not everyone is good. You have bad apples everywhere.
Yeah. I just treat everything on the case-by-case basis at this point.
Really, you have to. Even within the same company, sometimes it has to be case by case because you can have a great caseworker or you can have an awful caseworker.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just know that, like, I worked for AAA myself, and they, the things that the exceptions that they would make, for various situations, like, they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to just help somebody out. It definitely didn't help their bottom line when that tow cost them a good several $1,000s. But they do it because they just care.
Well, and there is something to be said for loyalty to your customers to encourage loyalty to your your company.
Yeah.
A lot of people forget that if you want your customers to be loyal to you, you need to be loyal to them.
Yeah, for a lot of companies, repeat service is like 90% of their bread and butter. So if they can do things to retain customers better, they will.
Well, the thing is that some of these examples that I'm getting at are people that weren't customers at all, that had no intention of ever becoming a customer. They just were helped. But of course, AAA also, certain days of the year they have tipsy toes, as they call them, completely free toes. You just call them up, and whether you're a customer or not, they will send somebody out and tow you if you've kind of drank too much.
Oh yeah, those.
Oh.
Well, again, I have to play both sides of the coin here. A lot of companies do actually get stipends and write-offs for that sort of thing. It's considered an act of charity and public safety.
If I've got to pick a place to take a write-off, paying for a drunk guy to get home safe.
Oh yeah.
I'll take that over pretty
Zorro
much
Arc
any other road check.
720 wants you to heal right now.
I just did, Zorro.
Pumpkins!
But yeah, I know I actually used their tipsy toe at one point. Not necessarily because I was drunk, but because I was up in visiting my mom, and I was just so tired that I knew I would not be safe driving home. But I had to get home. I had nowhere to stay and stuff because stepdad's an asshole, but that's a whole other thing. Yeah, I called him up and I'm like, hey, can I get a tow for this? And they're like, absolutely. Granted, I was a customer, but it was still something that was nice of them.
Well, considering it's an insurance company, to a degree, a tipsy tow is the insurance company taking out insurance for themselves, because with whatever agreements they have with the towing company, a tow.
I do want to point out that they did not start as an insurance company. The insurance is actually
Fair.
relatively new.
Fair enough. But basically where it was going with that is like, for each one of those tows, let's say after you factor in bulk purchases, special deals, and stuff like that, the company's actually paying, like, let's say $300 for each tow, maybe $5. How much do they pay out every time that there's a car crash in between medical bills and vehicle repairs? They save money that way. It's cheaper to tow the drunkard than to let them crash into a bus full of school children.
Yeah. Regardless of motivation, though, it's a good thing.
That
Oh,
is
yeah.
something you don't see every day in Minecraft.
See, that is
Sorry, village with 2 churches.
All right. Time to be evil.
when capitalism is done right, you can coerce companies into doing the right thing.
Boop.
Problem is, it's very rarely done right.
Wostein_oil wants you to dig down 5 blocks.
May you
And
remain in
here
good
we go.
position.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, there's no
nothing
angry
happened.
screeching, so congratulations, you survived.
See, when I do that when you're playing Minecraft, it's all like, may you hit netherite.
Oh, I just glanced over and saw they were in a cavern. I'm just like, all right, let's see if the odds are with them here. Deploy. Nope, no angry. Okay, cool. They were not over a gap.
Oh, where I landed my ship happens to be haunted.
Ah.
And got a ghost coming after me going, only a fool tries to kill the dead. Loads holy bullets with malicious intent. I have blessed bullets come at.
Hello?
Okay. Tanya,
I guess
sound
the
check.
ghost had the
Bro.
last left there.
What?
You
cut out
completely
at-
cut
on that.
out for quite a bit. So now we've decided that the ghost had the last laugh. It haunted your headset.
No, I'm good.
Oh, right. You also mentioned the whole Astroneer bit earlier. When you do wind up doing that, any chance I would be able to tag back into goofing around with that?
I'd want
What
to
is
check
it?
with Rygon. He's the one pushing for it.
Oh, yes, no, fair enough. It wouldn't be
I'm-
any more than what I've previously done of just existing and gently nudging.
Well, like I said, it'll be up to Rygon.
Alrighty.
There we go. There's a screenshot in media sharing of the house that I just finished. For those who are curious.
Media share. Oh, right. Yes. I'll go see. Oh, nice. It's adorable.
And my little log cabin with a loft and 3 basements. Because
Yes,
I
log
always
cabin,
storage.
quotation marks.
No, it's stripped logs.
Oh God,
I
that's
did
so
build it out of logs, so
That's still painful. Oops.
Ah, crap.
Rhubarb?
Oh, the skeleton. So my weapon's got a lot of knockback. And I kind of accidentally launched the skeleton into the spot that I couldn't get to it at. But then it came down for me.
Okay, what the heck am I
Very
being
nice,
stalked
Pan.
by?
Yay.
Ow.
And of course, I'm going to plant that entire field with all sorts of different stuff, but...
Christovos, yes, I am aware, and I was actually planning to end a while ago, but then we got into big conversations, but yeah, I do need to get going. I have a big Stream Raiders thing later on. Oh, dang it, and now you wake up, Seda! I don't get to talk to you much. And you always only come when I'm ready to head to bed.
Well, I'll still be here. I'm always here. That fucking laugh. That fucking laugh every time.
Here's to new beginnings.
Go to bed.
Hi, White Lightning. Thank you for that follow. But I want to hang out with my friend.
Go to bed.
But my friend doesn't come by much.
My sleep schedule messed up.
Don't worry, we just simply need to realign sleep schedules just a little bit. Pardon?
No, I should go ahead and wrap it up. But yes, Seda is cute.
Agreed. Absolutely adorable. And quite fun to draw. Give me time. Eventually I'll get around to the ideas.
What the hell is that noise?
It's Seda meowing.
Seda's squeaking.
It's the
He
squeak
doesn't
of
meow.
Seda.
They're not meows, they're squeaks. Now I should add Seda to the list for people to shout out when I upload this recording. There we go.
But I only showed up at the end.
And?
I'm literally just pulling like a tuxedo mask where I just show up and be like, well, my job here is done. Like, but you didn't do anything. Did I?
And?
Yes, and? Zim here shouts me out for whatever nonsense reason he has at any given time. I don't think you're exempt from anything, especially as you're the more prominent one of on that.
And I'm sure that if I were to start actively streaming, he'd shout me out at random intervals too. He just does that. He's always shouting, always shouting. Why you gotta shout, Zim?
I gotta make sure everybody knows about my friends. Even if they don't come by very often.
I come by whenever I'm able.
I'm up because I
Growl.
wound up falling asleep earlier today. And so, or yesterday. So, I already had my sleep, and I am just staying up.
Damn it, Rumarin.
Well?
Also, Seda,
my...
Yes.
we definitely have to get you into biotrauma.
Sorry, I'm fighting two Drews, and my ally just ran right... I'm fighting two Drews, and my ally just randomly jumped in front of my shot. So he got hit in the back of the head with Dragon's Breath.
Don't worry, Seda. As long as everything goes well, you won't have to go anywhere near the water.
Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. I wasn't even
He's so
thinking about
squeaky.
that. He's adorable.
He's so squeaky.
Aren't they?
He's a very good
Why are you so
friend.
squeaky?
Absolutely precious.
Honestly, I don't know.
Alright, screw this. I'm loading up the expensive bullets.
Timing! The timing!
Not-
The timing. Somebody clip that. Oh, please clip that.
You gonna be okay?
Oh, they'll be fine.
I chose the wrong time to have a spoonful of my cereal. So I'm just holding the cereal in my mouth, trying not to die of laughter. Or choke.
Ah, right. Yes. Wait, nope. We're getting ready to end, wasn't it?
But
Right,
yeah,
never mind.
Wostein, Tanya, Zeta, Panth, you are all wonderful. And you need to get barotrauma and come join us because we need bigger crews.
I will consider. However, I can't guarantee anything because I yeah, I don't know.
Do I need to break out the jet avatar and give you the sad eyes?
Oh no, it's not that. I actually don't know if I've still got the. Actually, let me check if I have the free game available still.
Like,
Humble bundle list, where are you?
Like, Paul, what would I be streaming?
Barotrauma.
I normally don't stream. I normally don't stream for another 12 hours.
There you go. I'm back.
Minecraft.
I clipped it.
You're suggesting games that I don't own.
Oh, let's see. Wait. Is this? Was this out
Screw
of?
off with the lightning. Okay, it's dead.
All right, add to cart.
Pokemon.
Thank you, Humble Bundle.
I could do Pokemon.
Hey Zim, don't you have a code redeem or some such for Humble Bundle, or does that apply only to non-bundle owners?
I do have yes, the Humble Bundle partner link works for all Humble Bundle purchases.
Okay, I'll go give that a try.
So yeah, go use it. It supports the channel.
Yeah, barrel trauma of 637 over here, USD. And
Ben?
that I'm willing to try.
I do not understand those loot tables.
You should get some extra copies for Seda and Tanya and Pan.
No, don't.
Coffee is good.
Don't. T superior.
Humble partner.
What?
Maybe somebody could explain this. Go on.
What did you say, Seda?
T is superior.
T is superior?
Fight me.
What does that have to do with anything?
See, I don't have to fight you because I'm confident in my knowledge that coffee is superior. I don't have to prove it to anyone.
I don't care which it is. Both of them are good to me.
How did we get onto the subject of tea?
Because he said that he prefers tea.
I am so confused.
And Tanya mentioned coffee, and I'm like, T superior.
Oh.
And you're welcome to believe that.
Okay, so now we gotta
But
get
maybe-
a copy of Barotrauma for all the lovely beans. So you all can come join us and serve on the ship.
I'm not Bean, I am Leaf.
Oh, if somebody got me a copy, I'd probably join in and scream a lot.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
Well, maybe someone can explain this.
How many players can you have on it, by the way, just to check?
Up to 16.
Yeah, what is a full crew? Holy. And you guys are making do with 3?
They've got different sub sizes for each, for depending on how many people you have.
Nails.
Having 16 people would be pure chaos.
Could be, yeah.
But okay, so Drew's. It's basically a crab person in Skyrim. Big, powerful, angry. Somebody please explain how it is that of the 3 that I killed, 2 of them each had 250 gold and grave tar as the loot items. How is that what you get out of a giant crab?
They ate somebody.
Because
doesn't
they're
explain the grave tar.
shiny.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
It explains the grave tar. Do you know what grave tar is?
No, the grave tar was being used as adhesive to hold the gold coins on. Of course, it makes sense now.
God. That said, you do know what grave tar is, right?
The byproduct of advanced decay?
Yes.
That only happens with rot, though, not digestion.
It'll happen if the food gets stuck in its maw.
Ew.
You asked.
Okay, we're getting distracted. Zim, go to bed.
I'm
Have things
enjoying
to
the...
do. Go rest. Get some rest. Don't make me get the sleepy bat.
Okay.
We care about your health and well-being.
Well, just a reminder, everybody, I've got the 15 minutes that I'm going to need you all here for help. As many of you as can come. Because I got to give out 30 codes in 15 minutes to who knows how many people later on. And also show off the stream and stuff.
Wait, 30 codes. Codes for what?
Stream raiders.
Oh.
It will be at... Yes, I know Chrisoff's. I guess Chrisoff's is...
Zoroark
That
720 cheered with 500 eggy bitties. Time for Sleepy Anvil.
That overlapping of sounds.
I guess the Sleepy Anvil works too.
I quite like the sleepy anvil. It's delicious.
It hurts a lot. I went squish.
Squeeze.
Squeeze. Squeeze.
Just remember, the sleepy anvil is basically like a salt block for dirt.
Oh yeah, you do like metal.
I can give you a few band recommendations.
I'm just imagining the sound of a rasp on metal now, and just this.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being a blacksmith who has steel type Pokemon, and you come into your workshop to find your tools chewed on? The corner of your anvil is just completely rounded from tooth marks.
See, this is where you learn, all your scrap metal, like shaving stuff like that. It's like little, like, when you have like a big enough block, with like, here you go.
Yeah, train them that everything that's in the bowl is yours. Everything on the workbench is mine.
Thankfully,
of course,
they're
that
more
works perfectly fine
intelligent
until you.
I mean, thankfully,
perfectly...
they're more intelligent than standard animals,
Well, just
remember that works perfectly fine until you drop a wrench, and they just like mine.
But also remember, baby Pokemon. They still gotta learn.
Yeah, true. They do. Babies of all kinds like to put all sorts of things into their mouths.
Enjoy, Tanya.
What did you do?
You will find out.
Mischief.
Should she be checking Discord?
I got a bloop right as he said that.
Firm.
Oh crap! He just gave me a Steam key for barotrauma.
And now we need one for Panth.
I'm going to leave the call before I get roped in.
Oh, don't worry. You're going to receive it either way.
No. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I will refuse.
You are being gifted things. Do not resist.
I'm resisting.
Zoroark 720 wants you to dig down 5 blocks.
Oh, here we go again. Rolling the dice.
Oh well. Let me see if Steam still has it for sale. Can I just direct gift from Steam? I could only get 3 keys from Humble Bundle. Which makes sense. But still.
Okay, you got a 1-block drop at the bottom.
Well, nuts.
I wanted to light on fire.
Squirrel.
What the hell is going on? Why is my... Okay. Anyways. No, wrong one. What is... My monitor's being weird. Anyways, thank you all so much for joining us today for Minecraft on the Rustic Waters 2 mod pack. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by using our Humble Bundle partner link like Wostein just did, as well as simply sharing the stream around. And also, go subscribe to our YouTube. It would be very helpful. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.
Look forward to seeing you later today.